Recording in progress.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order this special City Council meeting of December the 14th, 2021. Clerk, will you please call the roll for this evening's meeting?
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here. Thank you. Our study session tonight is on the 85th Street Station Area Plan Preferred Plan Direction Briefing. We expect to reconvene our special meeting at approximately 7:30. If we have time, we are going to insert an executive session before we come back at 7:30. Thank you. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. And just to follow up on that comment, I'm very excited tonight to introduce you all to our new HR Director. Truck Deaver is there on the screen. She'll be joining you in the executive session if you have it to watch. We're thrilled to have her. She started on December 1st, and so this is actually her first official council meeting. So you all got to learn a lot about her when we first hired her, but I did want to let you know that she's going to be getting on your calendars in the next few weeks to meet with each of you individually and get a chance to know you. So, but I just wanted you to see our new face and welcome Truck to the...
Welcome, Truck. We're very happy to see you.
Thank you so much, and I'm very happy to be here. Looking forward to meeting all of you.
We're going to have fun. Okay,
So
City Manager.
Back to the planning stuff. First, I'm going to be introducing Allison Zeich, our senior planner, who's going to kick it all off. But I just want to say on behalf of the senior team just how grateful we are to all of the work that the planning staff and finance and all of the consultants have done to get us to this point. This has been a multiple-year journey to get to this study session, the preferred plan alternative. And I just want to acknowledge all the great work and also thank the council for all of its time and energy that you've put in over the years to get us to this place as well. So I'm going to go ahead and have Allison start us off, and then you'll get a presentation by a multiple group of people, and we have many people here to act as on calls if you need us. So with that, Allison, please take it away.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. The project team is super excited to be here with you tonight. So along with city staff, we have our consultant team from Methuen joining us tonight. We have Aaron Ishizaki, Brad Barnett, and Becca Book here with us to lead us through the remainder of the presentation, but I'm going to kick us off. We have about 40 slides for you tonight. We're going to try to get through it in 20 to 25 minutes and leave time for council discussion and answer any questions you might have. The primary purpose of the study session tonight is to further familiarize council with the contents of Resolution R5503, which you're considering later this evening in your business session, and specifically to walk you through the preferred plan direction that's included in the resolution. But first, just a little bit about the contents of the resolution. The resolution provides a bit of a project history, including state, regional, and county decisions and policies that inform the type of planning we're doing with the station area plan. Also includes existing Kirkland policies that support and have guided our planning process here. The resolution highlights past council direction and community input, and lays out the decisions that have been made to date for the station area plan, all which is background information that leads us. Sorry, I'll keep going. And all of that is background information that was considered as we drafted the preferred plan direction. Before we start talking about the actual preferred plan direction, just wanted to provide some clarification of kind of what the preferred plan direction is and what it does and what it doesn't do. So what the preferred plan direction does is it sets the vision for the future of the station area by kind of identifying the maximum growth capacity and heights for development. So really setting the framework for the design strategies, we expect to develop further with the form-based code, and also design strategies that we think start to address community concerns and possible impacts from growth as mitigation. It also establishes community benefit strategies that we'll be studying further in the new year. It informs and feeds into the final supplemental environmental impact statement that we anticipate issuing here in the next few weeks. So the preferred plan direction will be a component of that final environmental impact statement. And it also directs Planning Commission work for 2022 as we work with them to kind of flesh out the details of what's included in the forthcoming draft code. What the preferred plan direction doesn't do tonight is establish final zoning details, like how we might build transitions into that future code. So that's not finalized with this. It's just setting the framework. It's not establishing requirements quite yet for mitigation measures or the community benefits. And it's not precluding future opportunities for community benefits. So there's input. So more community engagement will come next year as we start working on the details of the code, using the preferred plan direction as kind of our foundation. So just wanted to let you know about that up front. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to our team from Methuen, who you're well familiar with by now. So Erin, I think, is taking it over from here. Thanks for your time tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members and members of the community. Really, my name's Erin Ishizaki. I'm a partner with Methuen, and really honored to be here tonight on behalf of the team to brief you at this important milestone for the project. I want to acknowledge that the station area is on the traditional land of the first people of Kirkland, the Duwamish people, both past and present, and to honor with gratitude the land itself as well as the Duwamish tribe. So as a reminder for folks who may be joining us for the first time this evening on the station area plan, this is a plan that the city directed back in 2019. And the reason why we're looking at a proactive planning process for the station area is because the planned WashDOT and Sound Transit bus rapid transit station will be built at I-405 and Northeast 85th. And it really will transform and connect Kirkland regionally with frequent bus service every 10 to 15 minutes. As a reminder, the plan does build on a lot of the goals of the comprehensive plan as well as the neighborhood plans, and is an exciting opportunity to realize some of the elements within the sustainability master plan. This is a summary of the station area planning work to date. As Allison mentioned earlier, it has been a multi-year, and Mr. Triplett mentioned as well, it's been a multi-year process. These are our highlights of some of the key public and community input we've received, as well as council decisions. So just a few highlights. In April of 2020 and May and June, we identified kind of the vision, values, and goals for the project, the range of alternatives that were studied and topics to study. And those alternatives were developed over last year. And in January, February, earlier this year, there was a comment period as part of the draft environmental impact statement, as well as a community workshop to understand and consider those alternatives. At that point, council directed the team to start further study the fiscal impacts as well as community benefits that may be associated with growth before selecting a preferred alternative. So we had a great process, including a council listening session, narrowing the bookends in response to community feedback, and in June eliminated the draft alternative 3 from consideration. And if you recall, last October, shared the results of the fiscal impacts and community benefits study, at which point we were directed to develop what we call June Alternative B, or a transit-connected growth alternative, further into the preferred plan direction. And that is what we are here tonight to share with you after getting great feedback from the community Q&A session, as well as meeting with you all last month, as well as in October. Just as a reminder, the city's objective with this plan for the station area is really to leverage this once-in-a-generation regional transit investment, maximizing transit-oriented development, and really to focus on creating the most opportunity and inclusion, value for the city, community benefits and quality of life. And we've really began as a team to identify, and as a council, of course, identify what we mean by community benefits, with a really strong focus on some key topic areas you can see in blue here: plentiful, affordable housing, sustainability measures, park amenities, active transportation improvements that make it easy for people to get around, and solutions for school capacity. So those have been some of the key areas of focus for the project. So with that background, I'll walk you all through the pieces of the preferred plan direction that are exhibits to the resolution that Allison mentioned and gave you an overview on. So one of the first pieces that the preferred plan direction does is sets the growth expectations as well as community benefits for the preferred plan direction. So we wanted to just highlight, this is a 23-year planning horizon. So we're planning for 2044, and consistent with the June alternative B that you all have seen in the prior months, the preferred plan direction would allow for a maximum of just over 8,000 households in total, or about 6,000 above the existing number of households within the station area, and about 22,000 jobs in total over that 23-year horizon, or about 17,000 over the existing number of jobs within the station area. I also want to highlight that the existing inclusionary zoning requirement the city has for affordable housing would, if all of those new households were built out, it would result in 624 total affordable homes, or 10% of the new potential households. And the plan is looking to implement other affordable housing measures beyond this to increase the production of potential affordable housing beyond that number. As mentioned earlier, again, just to reemphasize, these are the key community benefits topics that we've been looking at as a team: affordable housing, mobility and easy ways to get around, open space and parks, sustainability, and schools. And so the second part of this exhibit is the community benefits policy framework that we've worked together to develop for you all to help facilitate maximizing the opportunity for community benefits through this plan. So there's a series of policy and financing strategies that we've looked at under each of these topics, under parks, affordable housing, mobility, sustainability, and schools. And this gives you an overview of a combination of those strategies that the team is using as a framework and will be built out and studied further in the next year, using this as guidance as we build out the plan. This is the preferred plan vision statement, and it's been fun to develop this together as a team. Really, the idea of the station area in the future as a thriving new walkable urban center. Some of the key words in the vision statement are in blue here. A vibrant environment as a model of innovation, eco-friendly, a place for people to connect, both rooted in the history and forward-looking, with highly visible integration of ecological systems, and really linking together open space and active living opportunities. So we do understand that some of council members may have amendments to offer on this vision statement, and we know you all will be discussing that further in the business agenda later in the meeting, but wanted to share that and some of the key ideas in the vision. This exhibit shows character sub-districts within the station area. And we know the station area is quite large. It also has existing barriers of I-405, as well as in some ways 85th as a seam that connects portions of the station area, and that each place within the station area has its own unique and distinct character. So these are the sort of sub-districts that the team has developed to help give a little unique identity to each of the areas within the station area, both highlighting existing assets and also looking for ways to realize that vision throughout the district. So we have a little bit of imagery here that goes along with those, just kind of describing a few of these. The Maker District really building on Norkirk's character and this amazing location along the Cross Kirkland corridor, connecting to the trail. And 7th really envisioned as a lively connection between the bus rapid transit drop-off down to Old Downtown. So lots of opportunity to support local and small businesses and sort of active lifestyle and recreation related uses. The Downtown Gateway District on the southeast quadrant serves really an important role connecting the station area to downtown via 6th, and also an important bike and pedestrian connections that occur there as well. Forbes Lake District, Forbes Lake is such a gorgeous place and really exciting opportunities to increase access to Forbes Lake and highlight that within a walkable mixed-use district. So really envision lots of small and large open spaces that connect Forbes Lake and then create sort of a Main Street district along 120th. South of 85th, that area is envisioned as a green innovation district, as a place for community, students, and workforce to connect. And then finally, the Rose Hill Gateway District along 85th really is an amazing opportunity to sort of showcase this unique place as you're arriving to Kirkland from points east. The next exhibit in the preferred plan documents is what's called the preliminary draft regulating plan, which you can see here. This is not, as Allison said, zoning details, but it is a precursor and will be used as a foundation for what eventually will be the form-based code for the project. So the form-based code will control allowed building heights across the station area, and ultimately we'll have details including step backs, buffers, and other transition strategies, and we'll develop those further next year. This map indicates maximum allowed heights and a mix of uses within the different areas in the station area that correspond to that character district map we saw earlier. And just a note that it is likely that public benefits or improvements will be required to achieve some of the maximum heights that you're seeing on this map here. The next piece of the exhibits match up with the map. So along with this regulating plan, this will key into a regulating table. And what this does, again, it will be part of the future form-based code and will establish parameters for development, including heights, some of the things you're seeing here. So maximum heights, permitted uses, and then details which are in progress, including transitions, upper level step backs, maximum development area, and setbacks. But this gives you a kind of a sense of the direction and can serve as a foundation. And you can see there's a range of different district types. The word mixed use appears a lot because we are hoping for that vibrant mix of uses within the station area and looking for ways to support that. So whether it may have more of a commercial focus or a neighborhood focus or a flexible district or a civic focus, you'll see that appear quite often. Although the details of transitions will come next year, we did want to give a sense of some sort of guiding principles for that with the project and the preferred direction. So this gives you a little bit of an indication of some different strategies that will likely be utilized for creating transitions in places where there's a difference of height or allowed height between places within the station area. And that might range from anything from setting back at the ground plane or along the front or sidewalk of the building to looking at upper level step backs, which really reduces your perception of height or landscape buffers. So moving on from sort of the vertical development and land use, the other components within the exhibits relate to the public realm and thinking about street types. This is a map, a preliminary draft showing street types within the station area. And you may notice this dashed line along the inside of the station area, which is what's been established as the boundary for the form-based code. So street types have been assigned within that boundary because the form-based code will help to identify the character of those public rights of way, but also how that the street relates to the buildings and creates sort of a public realm and a room, if you will, within the station area. And obviously 85th is a really important major thoroughfare connecting not only places within the city, but more regionally. You can see 120th here highlighted as an important main street connecting between Forbes Lake and the Innovation District and Lake Washington High School. And then a combination of more neighborhood related mixed use streets as well as neighborhood residential streets. I also want to just note that you will see these green mid-block connections. They're just kind of conceptually indicated here, but to give a sense, we know that there are many very large blocks right now within the station area that are quite auto-oriented. And so an important idea within the preferred direction is to create better pedestrian connections. So again, this is a precursor, but the draft street types table that would match up with this map, giving a little bit more detail about the role of each of these kind of streets, the typical size or width of the right-of-way, functional classification, and then really beginning to understand how the street relates to the adjacent land uses. So what kind of uses might be next to it and frontage types might be appropriate, and certainly making sure that we're adequately addressing pedestrian, bike, transit, freight, and auto, so all the modes of travel, and thinking about how those can work well in different settings. So again, just to kind of highlight, form-based code is a great opportunity to begin to think about how the street and public realm design can complement and support the development and vice versa, and the frontage along the streets. So this is looking at those preliminary frontage types. And the way that these work is for each street type, it will have a series of allowed frontage types on it. So you would look on the map to see where you're located within the station area, what street type is there, and then key into what frontage types might be allowed. And so this is a way, again, to coordinate public realm improvements and their role within the area with what expectations might be on development and the frontage of development. So there might be places in the station area with a more urban street edge, or more active uses along the frontage. There may also be places with a deeper plaza or public space, or a simpler residential stoop or private yard. So that is all of the exhibits within the packet, and happy to answer any questions or clarifications on those. We also wanted to share a little bit of additional material beyond the packet to give you all a sense of the team's work in thinking about additional pieces around kind of the preferred plan vision and how we can continue to bring that to life and develop that further over the coming year. So just one thing as a broad team we've been really thinking about are what are some of the challenges and opportunities within the station area today? And just as an aerial photo, you can get a sense it's a quite large area, again, sort of bisected by 405 and then with the seam of 85th. And right now, a good portion of this area does have fairly auto-oriented uses, especially along that corridor of Northeast 85th. We're seeing a lot of strip commercial and big box, and then there's also the sort of low density residential along some of the edges of the station area. And one thing that has been obvious from the beginning is there's a significant amount of surface parking and impervious surfaces within the station area as well. So this is a diagram of that, and there's something like 45% of the area today is taken up by parking. The other piece that's quite noticeable when you spend time within the station area is that the bike and pedestrian network is pretty fractured right now, and some of that is because of the barrier of 405, or there's other places where there might be some missing connections, and so that's a really a challenge today, but an opportunity for the station area. So looking forward to this planning horizon, again, looking out towards 2044, trying to kind of think about how these pieces weave together. And again, so here's a 3D view of the station area, and we're looking sort of northwest in this view. You can see 405 and the cloverleaf in the middle here. And this gives a pretty good picture of both, the amazing asset that Forbes Lake and a lot of the parks within the station area are, as well as you start to see those parking lots and some of that impervious area along 85th. We put together an illustrative graphic to describe some of the vision and wanted to share that with you. So in comparison to existing, this is sort of an illustration of what that vision of the station area might look like, really beginning to think about what sort of combination of public realm, open space, and development might be possible based on the preferred direction. So some key strategies that we'll walk you through, starting over in Norkirk, again, looking at that really exciting chance for a neighborhood hub at the juncture here of the Cross Kirkland Trail, and lots of opportunities to enhance open spaces along the corridor itself and support a low-stress bike network. Looking, of course, at the bus rapid transit station itself, and then as we move east, lots of opportunity to build on the school and potential for innovation district and further community facilities there. And I'll actually just kind of walk through a few of these to give a little more imagery of them. But on the east side of 405, you can certainly see that strong connection idea between Forbes Lake and ways to enhance that, and then creating kind of a Main Street idea along 120th that connects across 85th. So to highlight some more of those open space strategies, again, linear open space opportunities along the corridor, really awesome opportunity for green roofs and amenities and even public viewpoints on some of the new development. Certainly 120th and ways to create great public space along there is an awesome opportunity. And then we're really excited about the potential for Forbes Creek, looking at ways to daylight portions of it or to create park and better access to that great amenity, natural amenity. At the Rose Hill Gateway, looking for lots of great chances to create some plaza and public art there. And again, looking for ways to support green connections, especially those connecting between schools, parks, and other open spaces within the district. So some more imagery of that. On active transportation and mobility, certainly there's the bus rapid transit station itself, right in the middle of our station area. Really looking for ways, again, to support a low-stress bike network and with a focus on safe bike lanes and intersections. So this will be a focus of the team moving forward to see how we can really support those throughout the station area. We can see the Rapid Ride K line coming through here and connecting up, going downtown within the station area as well. An exciting idea about perhaps boardwalk trails or ways to connect between North Rose Hill Woodlands Park with Forbes Lake, perhaps. And again, those green mid-block connections serving a really important role. And then finally, around this idea of a innovative and also inclusive district and inclusive development, our team's been really thinking about ways that we can support this through the planning and code work coming up, and whether that's ways to support community and school facilities, innovative low carbon development opportunities like mass timber or other ways to reduce carbon, certainly on-site renewable energy, and then of course active ground floors, creating places for people to connect, which doesn't exist as much today within the station area, and then certainly lots of housing choices for all different kinds of configurations, and for everyone within the station area. So that's kind of a summary of the illustration from the team's perspective of what might be possible with this vision. Then just finally to wrap up some next steps in our project, a couple of decisions and deliverables in this last phase of this year include, so again, the preferred plan direction includes the long-range vision we just walked through, the implementation framework, and the final piece of this phase for the year will be completing a final supplemental EIS, which will include responses to comments in the draft, updated analysis, and inclusion of these preferred plan direction elements. Moving forward into next year, there's 2 phases next year. One is the draft plan phase. You can see some of the deliverables and decisions in that phase, which include a draft of the station area plan itself, number 1. That would include development requirements or incentives within it as a draft of the form-based code and planned action, and then also draft ideas of city investments and projects and partnerships. And then we're looking at in Q2 of next year to finalize the station area plan that would include final policy and regulatory details, including the form-based code details, final boundaries of that, a final planned action ordinance, final city investments and projects, and comprehensive plan amendments. So that's what's on the schedule for next year. And again, just to reiterate, for that final supplemental EIS, the team is aiming for publishing that in this month, in December, by the end of the year. This is just a little key plan of how all those pieces fit together, and I'm happy to refer back to this in case there's questions later. Just a note that the planned action ordinance is environmental review for any actions that are within this plan, and it'll include specific mitigation measures as well as requirements for someone to apply within the planned action, and would result in a SEPA exemption for any actions that are aligned with the plan. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Wow. Erin, you're pulling this stuff together. The work you guys have done is really amazing. And I feel like it's very consistent with the direction that we are pointing ourselves in. So well done. Council, questions, comments? Wow. Okay. Councilmember Black.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So one quick question for the team. Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I echo what the mayor said about the hard work that's gone into this, and frankly, the difficulty of addressing all the different comments and priorities that we as a council have expressed, and I think the team has done a really admirable job of incorporating that. And obviously, we still got a lot of work to do as far as details. But I do have one quick question about planned pedestrian connections. I don't know what we call them. This is, I guess we don't have the slides up anymore, but it's in the materials. We have a preliminary draft street types map, and on that we have pedestrian connections. And Aaron, you highlighted a couple of those when you were going through your presentation. We know that some of those are on existing commercial properties, large blocks that are owned by single landlords. Can you just go into a little bit more detail about how those pedestrian connections would come to fruition in the future? Is that part, for example, is that part of a plan by those landowners or a landowner to whom they might sell the property, their decision to redevelop that property? Would that be when we might see those pedestrian connections come into fruition?
Thanks, Councilmember Black, for your question. Right. So appreciate the chance to address this. So the plan, these are envisioned connections, right, for our long range plan. And I want to just re-emphasize and highlight for everyone that none of the plan will preclude any existing uses or require any changes necessarily to existing uses within the station area. The thought with those mid-block connections is that they would be an expectation at the time of redevelopment within the station area. And I'm wondering if perhaps my colleague Brad could just provide a little more description of how that might work within the code.
Sure, I'm happy to. Good evening, everyone. So as Aaron said, those would be triggered by new development, and we anticipate that through the form-based code, there would be standards that explain the manner and location of how those would be provided. So for instance, we might require them to break up large blocks where we know that's hostile to pedestrian activity. We might have rules about the design and width of those to provide for the amenities that we've developed through the process so far and will in the future. And so the form-based code will be really key for us to define the manner and the location of those in the future. But as Aaron said, they'll be triggered on redevelopment. Nothing would be required until such time.
Okay, and I think you've already addressed this, but as far as requirements go, that's going to be part of our further discussion in 2022. Okay, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I echo my fellow council members' comments. Aaron, great work, Aaron and team. I feel like you've done a really good job of really compiling so many of the discussions we've had, and we've had a lot of them over the past couple of years. And I think this does a really good job of representing all the conversations and discussions we've had, feedback from the public, feedback from commissioners, from city council members. So really well done. I'm going to repeat a couple of words that I've repeated a lot throughout this process. I think we need to continue to be bold and be creative. And so as we look into next year and as we look into working more on some of the details of this plan, I'm going to be looking for us to be even bolder in areas such as was mentioned in your presentation tonight with affordable housing. We need to be really bold with affordable housing. I know I've said this before, but just as a reminder of where my head's going to be as we go into some of these plans next year, and I'm going to be really focusing on that. Also, I feel like we need as we continue to partner with the school district on what schooling will look like in the station area, I think we need to have a cleaner, perspective of really what the district's vision is, and just encouraging the district to kind of clarify what their vision is for this area and make sure that we're on parallel tracks to make sure that we're both planning simultaneously so that this can really be successful. This school capacity is one of the top issues that we continue to hear from community members as far as a concern with this planning. And I want to make sure that we're really in stride and in partnership with the school district throughout this process. So I just encourage us to continue those conversations with the school district. I also, I was happy to see in the Maker District description the language around active lifestyle and recreation related private and public uses. I'm going to just repeat again something that I think is really important. We're continuing to lose our indoor recreation space, which is so important for folks of all ages in our community and family members of all ages, particularly given our climate here and how expensive indoor recreation can be. And so I really encourage us, particularly in the Maker District, but anywhere in here that we see opportunity to do what we can to encourage more indoor recreation spaces. But I am really looking forward to continuing this conversation next year. And thanks again for all your hard work.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Allison, Aaron, Brad, and Becca for all of the work to get to this point. The resolution we'll be talking about during the business agenda really outlines the whole path that we've taken over the last 2 years. And I'm really impressed in thinking back on that, how you really have put us on track to meet the goal of leveraging this regional transit investment and maximizing transit-oriented development, the value for Kirkland and the community benefit. And so, I think we are in a position to move forward. And I really appreciate the work that is in the deck that you went through quickly that visualizes what we mean by some of the words in the vision. I did have a question about the vision when you talk about the station area as a thriving new walkable urban center with high-tech jobs, affordable housing, sustainability, sustainable buildings, and shops and restaurants linked by transit. For the use of the term urban center, we have another item in our business agenda that talks about a county designated urban center. Are we looking at designated the station area as a designated center or anything like that?
I can jump in and take that one. Yeah, as you know, Deputy Mayor Arnold, thanks for the question. The station area plan will be combined with the Moss Bay plan. Once the station area plan is adopted, you'll be adopting hopefully the Moss Bay plan tonight. That will be packaged together and submitted to PSRC for consideration as a regional urban center. The language in the vision statement is really focused on identifying this area as a district, right? As a neighborhood, as something that's not necessarily by itself an urban center, but it's an integral part of the overall downtown center.
Okay, thank you, Adam. That helps a lot. I do think we've talked about this before, how this station area integrates several neighborhoods, how it's an important part of our greater downtown, and I think that helps. So I'll have some amendments that we will clarify this as we get to the business meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I agree with you. I think that's a great approach to take with PSRC. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to repeat what everybody said, which is a great job. You did a really wonderful job of capturing our priorities. I in particular noticed the green roofs on the elevation. So I've been heard. I'm thrilled. So thank you so much. I just want to say to the community that there continues to be some trepidation around this project because some of it is unknown, but I really feel like that we can continue to work together as a community to create an exciting, vibrant future for Kirkland that works now for our community and for our future. And we really are doing a great job of leveraging this transit-oriented community. So speaking of transit-oriented community, I love the names of the character zones. Aaron, I didn't hear it in your presentation, but I'm hoping that at some point we will have an overall name for this transit-oriented community rather than station area plan, which is just dry and flat and doesn't resonate with anyone. And I just want to say again that I think it would be helpful for me personally if we either do another walking tour of some existing transit-oriented communities, or as we go through further, just do a comparative analysis. What have they learned? What are some trade-offs they've made? Density bonuses that they've done? That would be super helpful for me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, Allison, I want to point out in particular that you have been absolutely masterful and working with the team. It's just been impressive. I really feel like we've been heard, and I feel like the community feels like it's been heard as well. So really important elements. It's a long-term project going into year 3, but it's a really important project for the future of Kirkland. So thank you all so much. And with that, we have time. We will now go into executive session to review the performance of a public employee. For anyone not participating in this executive session, including members of the public, it will be necessary to log off or hang up. Then you would need to log back into our regular meeting at approximately 7:30. Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold to adjust the agenda to include this executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are now in executive session.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We are back in session following a
Recording in progress.
Sorry, I'll start over. We are back in session following a Northeast 85th Street Station Area Plan Preferred Plan Direction briefing and an executive session to discuss the performance of a public employee. We are now at item 4 on our agenda, honors and proclamations. We are going to be hearing the Universal Human Rights Month proclamation, which will be assisted with by Councilmember Amy Falcone. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we'll be proclaiming December 1st through December 31st. 2021 is Universal Human Rights Month in Kirkland. We'll be joining governments around the world that observe Universal Human Rights Month, affirming the tenets of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That full declaration is copied in the packet for any member of the public who wishes to see it. And this is the final one of our new set of resolutions we did in 2021 as part of Resolution 5434. And this one also affirms Resolution 5240, declaring us a safe, inclusive, and welcoming community.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be reading a proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming December as Universal Human Rights Month in the City of Kirkland. Whereas in December 1948, the General Assembly of the United Nations produced the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, proclaiming that dignity and the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human race are the foundations of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. And whereas this milestone is now celebrated worldwide as Universal Human Rights Month, a time to reflect on the way we treat others and to do what we can in the fight for equality among people of different races, religions, cultures, abilities, and beliefs. And whereas the Universal Declaration is referred to as the primary definition of human rights standards and is increasingly referred to as customary international law by which all countries should abide. And whereas the primary responsibility to promote respect for these rights and freedoms lies within each individual in the City of Kirkland, and each of us plays a major role in enhancing human rights. And whereas, although not all the policies within the Universal Declaration are supported by all the council members, the city supports the overall intention of the Universal Declaration and many elements within it, and also encourages an update to modernize the language and reflect major civil rights and social justice movements that have occurred since the original adoption in 1948, to include tenets of racial justice and LGBTQIA+ rights, among other forms of identity. And whereas in February of 2017, the Kirkland City Council adopted Resolution R5240, declaring Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming community for all people, and directing the city manager to engage the community to determine ways for Kirkland to be more safe, inclusive, and welcoming. Now, therefore, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim December as Universal Human Rights Month and encourages the Kirkland community to study and promote the ideas contained in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in order to uphold the inalienable rights of freedom, justice, and equality for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone. This takes us to item number 5 in our agenda, communications. We have no announcements. We move on to items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Because of the current social distancing requirements related to COVID-19 that are still in effect in the City of Kirkland, members of the public cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or by telephone. For those members of the public who are joining us by phone or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you are participating by Zoom, please click in the participants box to raise your hand to be recognized. For those who are participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you are participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you are encouraged to watch this council meeting by live stream through the city's website. Thank you. And I do see some hands. I think I can do this without your help, City Manager.
Okay.
And I will start with Karen Levinson. Welcome, Ms. Levinson.
I think I'm in. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. My name is Karen Levinson, and I'm here tonight to ask you to stop your actions attempting to sunset the HCC. If you cannot, I ask you to send a letter of notice to each resident of Houghton and hold a public hearing so their voices can be heard. I believe this is necessary due process. I begin my comments tonight reflecting on how hard the past 2 years have been for everyone. I believe that this is a time when neighbors and neighborhoods need to reach out to each other with warmth and love. We need the City Council to reach out in a supportive way to its citizens and vice versa. Yet this is a time that you may be choosing to start a fight between Houghton neighbors and everyone else. It is a fight that will be full of passion and hard feelings. It will leave lasting scars. It will distract from other important business of the city. It will be a very expensive fight since it may go all the way to the Supreme Court. This is what has happened in past conflicts between Bellevue and East Bellevue. I urge you to rethink the fight that you may be igniting. Some of you have said that the past agreements are not contracts. We disagree. So we may need courts to decide this. Some of you have said that state legislators have police powers and can take actions that violate the part of the state constitution that prohibits new statutes from interfering with existing contracts. I am not sure that police powers are appropriate when there is but one city trying to get out of one contract. This is not an emergency issue calling for police powers or one that impacts a large number of Washington residents. Here's another area we may need the courts. Some of you have expressed that RCW 3514 is unconstitutional. You claim that it violates one person, one vote. We disagree. We are in the state of Washington. Existing statutes in this state are presumed constitutional. A party challenging a statute bears the burden of proving to the court that the statute is unconstitutional beyond a reasonable doubt. We object to chance of inequity or more power being given to Houghton. These don't become true simply because you keep saying them. We have only one final decision maker for land use, that's HCC. Others have one final decision for land use, that's KCC. Tonight, you will decide on legislative priorities. You have hired a lobbyist who asked for 5 priorities and you gave her a list of 14. There's obviously a lot of work to be done during a short session. I know you all feel committed to Penny and Jay and Kelly, who have come up with a legislative agenda and will feel badly reversing course and deciding to hold off on the sunset agenda. But I urge you to rethink your position. This is not simply a legislative issue, it's a legal issue. I hope we don't go down that road. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. It brings up a telephone caller with the final 4 letters, 5365. I don't know what that symbol means.
Hi.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yes. Who is this, please?
Hello, my name is Jan Young from the Houghton neighborhood. Neighbors are asking why the Kirkland City Council is so focused on eliminating the Houghton Community Council rather than working on other pressing city issues. And why is it necessary to elevate this to the state level where even larger statewide problems need to be resolved? The equity plan was created, as it should have been, to address the needs of the Black community. So is the focus on the sunset issue simply a diversionary tactic? Shouldn't the real focus be on what your staff and respondents asked for, which is much needed change within city leadership, more transparency, and improved policies and procedures to promote diversity and equity? Instead of focusing on what Houghton or the 10% is doing, focus on how to fix what the 90% are not getting. The time spent with the HCC is the same, if not less, than time spent with citizens with like concerns. In the latest traffic priority list, no intersection in Houghton was listed.
So does this mean, as a Houghton taxpayer, our neighborhood should not have to pay for improvements being slated for other neighborhoods? We all pay for services, whether one neighborhood directly benefits or not. Our residents paid for the costs associated with evaluating and studying the Totem Lake and Kirkland urban projects, and now paying for the studies on the 85th Street Station development. Does Houghton receive better fire and police service than the rest of Kirkland? Better access to Parks and Rec Center programs? Pay less for utilities in other neighborhoods? There's no proof that the Houghton's authority over its own land and building use negatively impacts the rest of Kirkland's access to resources, programs, and policies. The eligible voters voted legally and overwhelmingly for keeping the HCC for 4 more years. The opposition group keeps comparing the vote to the overall registered voters in Kirkland. We don't know how the rest of the registered voters would vote. This is a misguided representation. If you use the same methodology for those who voted for Mayor Sweet in this past election, you could then say that only 25% of the registered voters voted for Sweet and 75% did not. Let's look behind this smokescreen. What the HCC really does is hold each of you accountable. The HCC makes sure that your proposals and actions don't conflict with agreed upon neighborhood plans, growth management goals, and comprehensive plans. If we witnessed a KCC that followed its agreed upon plans and worked with neighbors to manage, not exceed growth plans, we wouldn't need to hold on to our community council. We would be confident that each of you who we voted for would be listening and supporting each community and not undermining and limiting those who speak up and question your actions. Unfortunately, based on history where the HCC has had to veto, and just recently with the disrespectful treatment of the HCC by the KCC, and no opportunity for a public hearing, many of us have lost confidence in the KCC. Usurping our vote and taking this to the state level will only further solidify our lack of confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. That takes us to telephone caller with the final 4 digits of 7121. Can the caller hear me? You're still muted. Okay, can we try that again? 7121, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, this is Sharon Riddle, and I live in Yarrow Hill. I moved to Kirkland in 1988 from Linwood, Washington, because of the diverse and somewhat eclectic nature of the city of Kirkland and the well-regarded Lake Washington School District. I have seen Kirkland change quite dramatically during that time, and the downtown Kirkland area has developed a much more urban flavor. In addition, Google establishing a headquarters in Kirkland has had a dramatic influence on the growth of Kirkland. I think in large measure, this has been a positive issue, but with growth, there are always downsides that have to be managed. It is the management of that growth that concerns me. The infrastructure in Houghton, particularly roads, do not support the growth created by higher density housing and office complexes. When you allow this high density prior to putting in the necessary infrastructure, you end up with a gridlock situation where driving on local roads at certain times can be extremely difficult. This lack of appropriate roads has also had a negative impact on the expansion of the schools in the Houghton community. I am a supporter of the Houghton Community Council and believe their role as a liaison between the residents of Houghton and the city of Kirkland is critical as it relates to land use and zoning. This function was considered essential when Houghton was incorporated into the city of Kirkland. I do not see why that importance or value has changed. The city of Kirkland includes a diverse group of neighborhoods as it grew through annexing other communities. The KCC should support that diversity and not apply the same zoning to all its neighborhoods and communities. A one-size-fits-all is not a good approach to growth management. It is very difficult for regular folks who do not hold elected office or are in positions of influence to present their concerns or advocate for their interest. It takes planning, organizing, and generally a major time commitment to become involved in issues affecting their community. These are people with jobs and families that are their primary focus, and giving additional time to political, school, or community activities is challenging for the majority of them. And candidly, approaching the KCC and participating in a presentation can be quite intimidating. More and more citizens feel that their involvement doesn't matter, that our elected officials are going to do what they want, regardless of input from citizens. When you have 76% of those who voted in Houghton supporting the continuation of the HCC for another 4 years, and then want to encourage our legislators in Olympia to sunset it anyway, you can understand why they might feel that way. Our state has many critical issues that need attention, such as those around the COVID pandemic, homelessness, a drug epidemic, and rising crime rates, to mention a few. I do not think that the legislature should take their focus away from important statewide issues to address an agreement made between the city of Kirkland and the community of Houghton, which should be resolved locally and with public input. The best way to get people involved is at the local level, where they are most likely to be heard and issues directly impact them. Please don't confuse the HCC advocating for the interests of the Houghton community as damaging to other communities in Kirkland. I suspect that many of the concerns of the Houghton residents are the same as those of the residents of Juanita, Kingsgate, Finn Hill, and the others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That is 3 speakers in support of the Houghton Community Council. So we will take no more comment in that direction. Anyone who is on the phone who does want to give us additional feedback, please feel free to contact us through email or telephone calls or any other level of communication. The next speaker that I see is Christian Furco. Okay, I believe we've lost Christian Furco. Then I would think that we would be moving to Roshan Parikh. No, here's Christian. Welcome, Christian. You are muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, my apologies. I hit the wrong button earlier. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Christian Furco, and I am with Barghausen Engineers, and we are consultants for Costco Wholesale. I just wanted to, first off, just say thank you for including Costco in the stationary planning process. We really appreciate it. We think your staff in the city in general is doing a fantastic job. We just wanted to point to a letter that we submitted earlier today having to do with the street types map that's in the draft resolution, and it expresses some concerns about some of the connections that are shown on the map that goes through Costco's property with regard to the Midway block connections and the extension of 90th. Sometimes although it may be a preliminary map, we've seen and experienced in other jurisdictions, agencies, that sometimes those maps can be etched in stone. And so we wanted to express a request for some solutions that might be able to address Costco's concerns. And we do appreciate you speaking about it during the study session earlier tonight. That was helpful. But yeah, the three ideas that we expressed were having a trigger that would trigger those improvements upon redevelopment of the site, modifying the map itself, and the development of flexible standards for the design of those future connections. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. We'd be happy to talk more with staff or with the city about this. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Furco. Okay, that will bring up Roshan Parikh. Mr. Parikh, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Thanks for this opportunity to share some thoughts about the 85th Street Stationary Plan. I think a successful implementation of the vision for a vibrant district of residences, offices, shops, and restaurants, all linked by transit, depends on many foreseeable impacts first being resolved. Compared to past developments, the upzoning plan for the square mile around the BRT, it's much larger in scale and impact in terms of population density, building sizes, intensity of use, and related impacts on our quality of life. All the essential elements that make Kirkland such an attractive, livable place are at play in this plan. I'll focus on just 2 points of immediate impact that stand out for resolution prior to approval of any zoning changes. The first being the Lee Johnson and Google transaction. The transaction appears to be most urgent to the participants and to the city staff for a variety of reasons. Google estimates that they'll have approximately 7,000 people per day, including support staff that would use the buildings they envision, generating 14,000 person trips per day. Even with the Google minivan network, as well as reduced on-site parking capacity to force transit usage, it's apparent that without major investments in carrying capacity, that the impact on an already highly congested traffic corridor at peak times could cause unacceptable gridlock. The direct impact on pickup and drop-off at Lake Washington High School will have an immediate negative effect on students, staff, and parents unless there's a major increase in traffic and transit capacity. The immediate neighbors will suffer the same effect, and those in adjacent neighborhoods will suffer cut through traffic and have their own residential parking potentially crowded out. If these predictable and avoidable consequences come to pass, we can expect that public opposition to the rest of the plan will greatly increase. If a special exemption is granted in this one case, no matter how attractive the project, all others who want to develop throughout the entire station area will point to this precedent, and if approved, will overburden all of our systems unless proper, realistic, well-funded mitigations are agreed to in advance. The community requests that the council move with deliberate speed, but not approve any plan that front runs a process that ensures our overall public interest comes first. And the second has to do with Lake Washington School District. It's already overcrowded, and the projections are that we would require some major new facilities from the population increase. The consultant report indicated that a new urban district model would be needed, one that's a lot more vertical and with a lot less green space. It's a major departure from the type and quality of facilities many people live in Kirkland for and move to Kirkland for. New facilities will need major public backing over the long term to approve levies, bonds, and of course to keep their students enrolled in the district. If the educational model people expected isn't fulfilled due to overcrowding or facility features, might we not set off a series of events where enough Kirklanders decide to pursue alternative educational resources and possibly vote against the financial obligations and making time commitments that have made our district one that attracts so many? I think it'd be a grave disservice to proceed without a firm plan being worked out with the district.
Thank you, Mr. Puri.
With plenty of public input to ensure that whatever future investments are required and that are needed will be supported in the long term with enrollment and associated financial resources. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you very much. Okay, that brings up Maria Harwell. Welcome, Ms. Harwell.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Maria Harwell. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a lifelong Washington State resident. I lived in Kirkland's Juanita neighborhood for 7 years, and I just moved to nearby Woodinville this year. Ultimately, though, these are political locations. They reside on the ancestral lands of the Duwamish, Coast Salish, Stillaguamish, and many more tribes. The Houghton neighborhood is no different. They're no different, except they are given unequal representation in city government. They can draw out negotiations about land development in Kirkland. They can have their own zoning code for housing. They can exempt themselves from Kirkland's 10% affordable housing requirements in most of its commercial, high-density residential, medium-density, and office zones. The unequal balance of power is honestly just so obvious to me that I want to drive home instead the cost of such an unequal balance of power. The cost of human life when you let one neighborhood abstain from doing their part to provide affordable housing. According to King County Medical Examiner's Office, the number of homeless individuals who died of unnatural or preventable deaths has increased every year except 2019 since the year 2014. 87 deaths in 2014, increasing every year except for 2019. King County is now up to 176 deaths in this year as of December the 2nd. If you're curious about Kirkland's numbers, 10 homeless people's deaths in Kirkland have been investigated by the King County Medical Examiner's Office since 2019. unnatural and premature deaths that could very well have been prevented were these people given affordable housing. The city of Kirkland has a responsibility to be a part of the solution to this area's housing crisis. And as long as HCC exists, it has every reason to continue to hinder rather than help our efforts. I am absolutely saddened that the HCC continues to vote themselves into continued rule again and again, so they can continue to obstruct critically needed housing in the midst of such a crisis. The greater Puget Sound area continues to grow, but we do not have enough affordable housing to house everyone. Houghton Community Council says it's needed so that their voices can be heard by the city. How do you think the rest of the city feels? But if every neighborhood was given such a council, how much affordable housing do you think would actually be built? The truth is, the city council is the best and most fair structure of democracy that we have, giving every voter the same voice equally. Sunsetting the HCC is vital so we can work together fairly to meet the housing crisis and all crises together as one Kirkland. I support sunsetting the HCC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Harwell. That brings up A.J. Antrim. Welcome, Ms. Antrim. You are muted. You are still on mute, Ms. Antrim.
Sorry about that. Got that fixed. Thank you. I'm AJ Antrim, and I'm a Houghton resident. The Houghton Community Council represents a fraction of Kirkland, just 10% of the population, and provides those few people with significantly more power than every other Kirkland resident. Moreover, as part of that 10%, I can confidently tell you that Houghton Community Council does not represent my interests, and I don't feel heard by any of the community council members. Overall, only 3% of Kirkland has actually voted to reauthorize the Houghton Community Council, and yet the Community Council's veto power is used as a threat. It allows that 3% to force Kirkland City Council's hand as the Kirkland City Council tries to maintain some sense of equity across the city. The state legislature granted Houghton Community Council its power, and now it's time for the legislature to sunset the council. When I voted in the city council races, I voted for equity and inclusivity, and keeping this in the legislative agenda is doing just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antrim. That brings up Sarah Cagle.
Hello.
Welcome, Ms. Cagle.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I wanted to comment tonight about the growing homeless encampment I've noticed along the Cross Kirkland corridor. For about a month now, I've watched as more and more debris collect around the camp on the corridor near the intersection of Northeast 118th Street and 120th Ave Northeast, across from Stu's self-service garage, without any action taken, despite calling the non-emergency helpline multiple times. First it started with a tent, and now there are strollers and bikes beginning to collect, and now garbage, from what I've noticed, right on the trail. I've also noticed other RVs and cars that appear to be lived in around Kirkland, but this is the first start of an encampment I've seen personally. And I'm very concerned about Seattle's homeless and drug problem and population moving into Kirkland. So I wanted to know what the city was planning on doing about this, and when will action be taken against this encampment on the trail among the other RVs popping up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cagle. City Manager, can we get somebody to follow up with Ms. Cagle to clarify some of those issues?
Just sending out a message about that very thing. So yes, we'd love to follow up and look more into this and report back to the council and the community.
Thank you. That brings up Lori Hanson. Welcome, Ms. Hanson. You are muted.
Okay, you should be able to hear me now.
We can.
Okay, so I'm Laurie Hanson, a resident of Kirkland since 1966, and I'm currently living in the Highlands. I'd like to speak on the subject of the station area plan. There are significant weaknesses in the station area plan, and yet we are forging ahead. We expended a great deal of money on consultant work around the plan, and the Transportation Commission, the Planning Commission, and even City Council members have made statements regarding the findings of the consultant, identifying several issues they state are not workable. Yet we are moving ahead with committing the community to this before determining if the stated goals associated with the plan are even feasible at these extreme density increases. We are moving ahead before addressing the critical issues. A concerned group of citizens request that we not push to issue a final EIS by year end. We should wait until the concerns around traffic, schools, public safety, open space, and other items are studied and addressed in full. Point 2 that I'd like to make is please don't lock us into a plan before we have a reasonable impact study completed, meaning don't make any special permits, dispensations, or agreements around rezoning with any entity in advance of the full impact of these studies being completed and the issues satisfactorily resolved. We know more money is set aside for those studies. Any agreements made in advance of this will become precedent for the entire 85th Street corridor. We experienced this with Kirkland Urban when existing business owners requested to be given the same allowances as the new developers after the fact. My third point is please don't give Kirkland away for free. Adding another story here or there is one thing, but upzoning building heights from an existing 35 feet or 67 feet to a sky-high 250 feet is a massive change. Who pockets the added value? The property owner when they sell to the developer? The plan mentions the possibility of allowing some amount of upzone for free, perhaps 150 feet. Increasing those and requiring developers to give something in return for going up to that max. Why give away that 150 feet? By granting height rezoning, let alone anything near this unprecedented, you're giving a massive increase in property valuation to perhaps Lee Johnson with the Google arrangement that's being considered, and gifting the city to an entity like Google without an equitable return to the city or the affected communities from either. You can't ask for that later. So if the property value of Kirkland is at a growing premium, and we know that it is, then any developer, including Google, should have to negotiate steps along the way and compensate or mitigate to acquire additional rights. That's our request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Ms. Hanson was the third person to comment on this station area plan issues, although I think they were fairly diverse concerns. So if it's okay with council, I'm going to proceed and we will bring on Tara Joy. Welcome, Ms. Joy.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Tara. I have lived in Kirkland my whole life, and I am strongly in support of sunsetting the HCC. To me, any law that arbitrarily awards some members of the community privileges that not everyone has is immediately worthy of scrutiny. And I understand that not everyone may agree with this, but I do think that the response opposing these calls to dissolve the HCC is somewhat telling. In watching this issue unfold, I've noticed a couple patterns in the arguments of people who support the HCC. First of all, the idea that the city of Kirkland has some kind of obligation to uphold the contract they made in 1968, when in fact RCW 3514 is not a contract, it's a law. And as I'm sure everyone here is aware, laws can and do change over time to suit the needs of the people they affect. I also see a lot of people claiming that because Houghton residents have already voted to keep the HCC in place, it would be undemocratic to interfere with the results of that vote. In fact, what is undemocratic is limiting that vote to 10% of the city's residents when the results of the vote impact us all. If you were voting on allocating funding for public transit or funding for the library system, you would not expect that vote to be limited to bus drivers or to librarians. So similarly, the fact that 9 out of 10 Kirkland residents have no say whatsoever in this issue is what feels undemocratic to me. As I mentioned, I see these arguments from supporters of the HCC reiterated a lot, but what I have not yet seen is a compelling reason to legally, differentiate Houghton from the rest of the city. And in fact, I don't believe that any such reason exists. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And that will bring up our, who appears to be our final speaker, Kara Piatila, or Pitilla, I'm not sure.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm also going to be speaking about the bus rapid transit proposal, assuming that that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Kara Pietala. I'm a resident of the Highlands here in Kirkland. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I have chosen 2 times to live in Kirkland. The first time was in 2006 when I was a homeowner for 7 years. And the second time in 2018, I am now a renter, much to my disappointment. I have 2 children, ages 11 and 8. The 11-year-old was born at Evergreen Hospital and is proud to be the only native Kirklander in our family. I'm the leader of Cub Scout Pack 550, which represents students from both Lakeview and Peter Kirk elementaries. I'm a member of the Highlands Neighborhood Association, although the comments I'm saying tonight are strictly my own. I volunteer every Wednesday and 2 weekends a month with Green Kirkland, working to maintain the health and vitality of our urban forests. How else can I possibly tell you how much I very much love this city? When I talk to people about the station area plan and make known my concerns about Alternative B, which are many, the question they always ask is, well, then what do you want to see done there? There is an inherent assumption in that question that I am against growth and change. That simply isn't true. And even if I was, it doesn't matter. The city is growing and it is changing. At the same time, the responsibility you as the City Council has is to ensure the health and safety of the citizens of Kirkland and the integrity of our city's infrastructure and public spaces. I understand there are also concerns about the investment that Sound Transit and the state of Washington are making with the building of the bus rapid transit station. There are growth targets for the Housing and Employment Comprehensive Plan for 2015 to 2035. However, it states explicitly in the EIS posted on Kirkland's website, all alternatives would accommodate the city's 2015 to 2035 growth targets for housing and employment, identified in the comprehensive plan, as well as the general guidance supporting transit-oriented development in the vicinity of the new BRT station at the 405 interchange. All alternatives, including Alternative A, fit the need for the growth that needs to happen in our city. So my question is how this growth will impact the health and safety of the citizens of Kirkland, and how the city will ensure the integrity of our infrastructure even as all demands on city services and assets increase. I understand it is your intention to pass Resolution 5503 this evening. I will insert my request here that you do not. But failing that, I am truly begging you, as I feel that's what our current residents are in the face of the giant tech companies having their way with our fair city, are being reduced to beggars, to really truly mitigate the numerous health and safety infrastructure concerns before shovels hit the ground. And as I'm running out of time, specifically, I ask you to hire firefighters and police officers before we don't have enough of them. I'm asking you to fulfill the need for the last mile buses before people are expected to get on the buses when they are far away from their homes. It's going to take us more than 20 years to undo habits that have been set in place over 60 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kara. That's the last person that I see who has raised their hand to speak. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council at this time? And I see Mike Pozar. Mr. Pozar?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, or we can.
Great.
I wanted to speak in support of sunsetting the HCC, but wanted to check if I should proceed unless other people have already spoken.
I'm sorry, Mr. Poser, we have reached our limit of speakers on that topic. If you would like to send your comments by email or telephone, please feel free to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else wishing to address the council at this time? Seeing none, I will call this items from the audience period closed. This takes us to communications item number C, petitions. We have received citizens opposed to discontinuing the Houghton Community Council petition. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to go to the podium, and I have just one slide and a brief presentation before the discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, can council members see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Okay, so I wanted to just provide a little bit of background on petitions in general, and then also the two petitions that the council has received. So petitions are a structure recognized in the council policies and procedures, section 3.08, and I'll just read to you what it says. In the event the council is presented with a petition from a community member, the council will take a formal vote providing direction, which may include any of the following options. 1, accept the petition for further study. 2, accept the petition and refer to staff for follow-up. Or 3, accept the petition and determine that no further action is necessary. Neither of these exactly fit the situation we have tonight, which the petitions are actually related to an item that you'll be taking up under the business section of the council meeting. But I wanted to highlight that you have petition G21236, which was received by the staff, by the city clerk. The way we track this is when the city clerk officially receives the petition is when it becomes official and we place it on the next council calendar. So we did receive the first petition on November 22nd, and it was included in the December 14th packet for you tonight. We received a second petition, G21237, which came to the city clerk on December 10th. It was emailed earlier to several council members as well. So it missed the official administrative deadline, but I do want to highlight that we have it and all council members have received it. The first petition, this is my title, not the title of the petition, is basically opposed to adding the Houghton Community Council, sunsetting the Houghton Community Council to the legislative agenda. And it's an 8.5-page list of signatures that includes comments, and it's asking the council not to take any action to place sunsetting the Houghton Community Council on the legislative agenda. The second petition is a modified version, which also includes the first petition as an attachment. And it basically says, please hold a public hearing as the city council prior to taking any action on the legislative agenda. So you have received both of those. All council members have received both of those, even though only one is included in the council packet. And I know all of you have had a chance to review those. And you'll be discussing this item under Business 9A, which is the 2022 state legislative priorities. So we'll have a brief discussion presentation on it at that time. So with that as the context of both the current petitions and the petition process, we would be looking for a motion from the council on how you'd like the petitions to be handled. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Council, any questions? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Manager. I move to accept the two petitions and refer to staff for follow-up. If council agrees, the direction I'd like staff to take is to forward the petitions to our state legislators who represent Kirkland for their review.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black to accept the petition and send it on to staff with the instructions just related. Any further discussion?
If I may, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to make a brief statement. I hear from our community members that they feel they haven't been heard and they don't have an opportunity to provide input. If this motion passes, our legislators will be able to take these petitions under advisement as they begin the process about whether to move forward with a bill sunsetting the Houghton Community Council. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Curtis. I support this motion for the reasons that Councilmember Curtis just mentioned. Also, if this motion is approved favorably by the council, I'm going to make an additional motion that I hope will have support from the council, that we also forward any emails, letters, or other communications that we've received from constituents, both pro and con, on the issue of sunsetting the Houghton Community Council to Kirkland's legislators along with the petitions.
Councilmember Black, do you want that to be a friendly amendment?
I think it's simpler as a separate motion.
Okay, that's fine. Then the question, any further discussion? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support the motion from Councilmember Curtis, and I appreciate her consideration of this. I want to note that I have read both petitions and the signers' comments on this. Our action that we're going to be taking later tonight on the business agenda is to add sunsetting of the HCC to the city's legislative agenda for the state legislature to take action. They may or may not do so. State legislators are the decision makers here. As they consider any bills to speak on this topic, it'll be important to hear from the public. So I support this as a way of getting that information to the decision makers. I'll also note that the state legislature will have committee meetings on any bills that speak to this topic that will also include a public hearing. I'll have more to say on the legislative agenda topic later in the business meeting, but support this handling of the petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further discussion? Question is on the motion to accept the petition and refer to staff as described by Councilmember Curtis with all of the information going to our legislators. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd like to go ahead and make the motion that I foreshadowed a moment ago. So I move that in addition to forwarding both petitions, the staff also forward to the legislators representing portions of Kirkland all letters, emails, and other communications, both pro and con, that have been received by the city from constituents concerning the placing of the sunsetting of the Houghton Community Council on the city's legislative support agenda. And also to direct staff to also provide information to those who contact us about this issue with information about how they can contact their legislators.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to send all correspondence to our legislators and to communicate. I assume, Councilmember Black, that's everyone we have received inquiry from, information about how to connect with their legislators as this moves forward.
That's correct.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Black, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay. That takes us to item number, special presentations.
7A.
I lost my place.
We're on item
So I think-
7A, which is the COVID-19 update.
Please, thank you.
Okay. So as you know, one of the biggest focuses of the COVID-19 update right now continues to be rental assistance and rental relief for both businesses and residents. And so we have been updating the link that's in the council packet and is on our Kirkland website. So I won't go through all of that, but I just want to hit some highlights. We did a new update on December 10th, and as of that update, we've approved 33 applications for rental assistance for residences, totaling $145,000. We're starting to see some real money go out the door to help people. On the commercial side, we've had 22 applications that we've approved, totaling $184,000. And we have dozens of applications in both categories that are currently being processed, and we expect to help more people in the next few weeks. We do expect that there will be some money left over that the council's allocated, especially on the commercial side with the criteria that we've set up. So under ARPA, one of the things that we can do is create a second category of criteria for business relief, and we're going to be coming back to the council with an update on how we intend to do that. The main category that we're seeing is people borrowing money, whether it's on credit cards or from some other place to make payments. And so that's not listed as an actual non-payment of rent, but it does still put the business in a difficulty. So we think that we can find ways to provide assistance in that if there's proper documentation. So a lot of good work going on with the city and the county. And so if you want to learn more, follow the link, but I'm happy to answer any questions that the council might have at this time.
Questions, council? Go ahead and proceed with the Resolution 5434 update.
So the R5434 update, I want to highlight to the council that at the study session on January 4th, we're asking for the council to get an update on the roadmap, the equity roadmap, which was highlighted in Shannon Kelly-Ray's presentation, but we did not go through in depth. So we're going to dedicate the whole study session to that roadmap and the elements of that roadmap and next steps. Also want to highlight that the community responders positions hiring is underway. We have successfully hired our lead position. We're very excited that the person who was currently the contract mental health provider for the radar or for the King County Prop 1 has successfully become a Kirkland employee as our lead on the community responders. We did find, however, that we didn't get a good enough application pool for our community responder supervisor position. And some of the feedback we received on that is that the scope of that position is quite broad and that the salary is not what other people are starting to pay this position. It's becoming more prevalent out there in the community. So we're doing a little bit of a retrench on that. We're going to look at maybe narrowing the job description and possibly addressing the salary, and we'll come back out and hopefully be able to hire somebody sometime in January for that position. So happy to answer any questions anyone has on 5434 or the community responders.
Council. Okay, seeing none. This takes us to our consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $8,013,384.93 and bills in the amount of $9,500,117.65. And I would note, because of the timing of this special meeting, that represents 2 payroll periods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar this evening?
So moved.
Moved. Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Any discussion? The question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar. Since there's an ordinance on the consent calendar, our vote must be by roll call. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, the consent calendar is approved. This takes us to item number 9, our business agenda, which is a jolly good one tonight. So let's just kick it off with the Northeast 85th Street Station Area Plan, the preferred plan direction adoption. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we gave obviously a very long presentation on this at the study session. So the presentation tonight will be brief before we look for action, but we do want to have a short presentation, and there's also some amendments, I believe, that are going to be discussed by the council prior to final action. And I believe Adam Weinstein's going to kick this off, or maybe it's Allison.
I'm happy to kick it off. We don't have a lot to say, and Ellie has some slides that elaborate the amendments that were made by 2 council members this earlier today.
Great.
But yeah, we're here after a study session, had a great discussion about this, real milestone in the planning process for the station area plan, and got some great feedback from council. And so just want to thank again, council, for your support in our planning effort to date, and city staff for working so hard on the project, and then also our planning commission for providing really great input on the planning process as well.
Okay. So Adam, are you going to present the slides?
Ali has the slides.
There you go.
Yep.
So
They should be up now. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The slide reflects suggestions for amendments we heard from council prior to the meeting, with amendments from Deputy Mayor Arnold on the left and amendments from Councilmember Curtis on the right. I'll note that Deputy Mayor Arnold's comments reflect the same change in multiple places, which also relates to the same long-range vision statement that Councilmember Curtis suggested an amendment in. And I just wanted to also kind of share what the combination of those amendments would look like for the long-range vision statement in the preferred plan direction. And that should be showing up on the next screen here. And so with the amendments suggested, the revised long-range vision statement would read, the station area is a thriving new walkable district with high-tech and family wage jobs, plentiful affordable housing, sustainable buildings, park amenities, and commercial and retail services linked by transit. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Council.
So we'll need someone to move the original resolution before we can discuss the amendments.
Okay, so could I get a motion to approve resolution 5503?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold. Did I see your hand, Councilmember Black? Okay, we're open for discussion. Councilmember Curtis?
I have nothing to add to that motion.
Okay, so we should
made
just
our comments earlier. I think we're moving in a great direction. It's time to move forward.
Okay, then the question is on the motion to move resolution R5403, moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold. All those in favor?
Madam Mayor, point of order.
Yes, sir.
Did we adopt the amendment first?
I think we're waiting to put the amendments on after.
No, we need to make the amendments at this point. So maybe Allison, if
Okay.
you could put the first slide back up. So we would need to have a motion to amend the resolution.
So what I'm looking for then is a motion to amend the resolution to accept this language. No, the next page.
Deputy Mayor Arnold or Councilmember Curtis.
Yeah, so they
Curtis.
need to be taken up as individual amendments.
Okay, let's move first on Councilmember Curtis's amendments as she has her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, everyone. So I would like to make a motion to amend Resolution R5503 to add an edit on line 292, page E223, that adds park amenities. So it reads housing, school capacity, park amenities, and sustainability, and it is the intent. And then my second amendment is in the line 317 on page E224 to read, number 1, conceptual long-range vision statement. The station area is a thriving, new walkable urban center with high-tech and family wage jobs, plentiful affordable housing, sustainable buildings, park amenities, and commercial and retail services linked by transit.
Second.
Was that a second, Councilmember Falcone? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, second.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to accept the changes that are listed right in front of us. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move an amendment that would make the following changes. Amending line 205 in the whereas clause to change urban center to district. Same in line 213 in the whereas clause. And in Exhibit 1A, replacing the reference to urban center with district. and in the amended long-range vision statement on line 317, replace urban center with district.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to accept the changes that we see on our screen for urban center to district. Any discussion? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Speaking to the amendments, urban center is something that we are talking about later in the agenda about a formal designation of the greater downtown as an urban center. And I wanted to avoid confusion that the 85th station area might be its own urban center. In reality, the station area is an integration of several neighborhoods, and it's part of the greater downtown urban center. And I just wanted to make this clarification to avoid confusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Question is on the motion to accept the amendments. Oops, we've already done that. No, we haven't. Moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit of reverb, so I keep thinking somebody wants to talk. All right, I believe that completes that agenda item, and it takes us to the 2022.
So, Madam Mayor, I see Councilmember Nixon has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Nixon. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we do need to pass the resolution as amended, and I would like to offer some discussion on that.
Absolutely. Please go ahead. Do you want to make that motion?
Well, we already have the motion on the table.
Oh, you're right, and the amendments. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, the amendments have been passed. So now on final passage of this, I want to say that I share many of the concerns that were expressed about the station area plan current draft during the public comment tonight and others that we've received by email. And I have some concerns that have not been previously mentioned. I still think we need to hear a lot more specifics about how negative impacts on neighbors, on the broader community, especially things like traffic and parking and schools and public services, will be mitigated. I, for one, don't accept that huge negative impacts on traffic should just be accepted because everyone should ride the bus instead. And I think the projections of how many people will ride the bus instead are just completely unrealistic. And so we need to have a lot more data on that. I'm very concerned that there are a lot of assumptions being made that we can pile a lot of financial burden on development and that it won't have an impact. They'll just go ahead. Whether it's direct fees or whether it's mandatory public amenities or whatever it might be, it will get to the point where the projects just don't pencil out. If we're overly ambitious, and we've seen this locally, we've seen this around the country, we've even seen it in Kirkland, where developers have been reluctant to do some of the things we've proposed because the regulations are too tightly constraining. And I'm concerned that if we pile too much financial burden on the development and are just overly ambitious in that regard, that the development won't happen. And that really leads to my third concern, which is, we're talking about tax increment financing. And if we pay for all the infrastructure up front using TIF, and then the development doesn't happen, for whatever reason, it could be that the regulations make the developments no longer attractive. It could be because of a recession, a slowdown in business growth, a growth in work from home, inflation in the cost of building materials. Whatever it is that slows down growth, we would be stuck with the debt service and have to cut services to the rest of the community to cover it. And I want us to be very cautious about those risks. I'm also very skeptical that we will find that there is a sufficient nexus to charge fees for affordable housing simply because someone builds taller buildings. And I could go on. I have other concerns. But I recognize that tonight, we're not giving final approval for any of these things. We're just asking the staff for further detailed information on these options so we can make more fully informed decisions. And I do support getting that additional information. And so I will vote yes on the resolution. But I want to make sure people in the community understand that this is not a final decision. We're going to get more information. We will make the decisions on what we're actually going to do later. And we want people to continue to reach out to us and tell us about their concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Nixon. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just a couple of thoughts too. So I recognize that a ton of work has been performed here in evaluating a lot of complex planning topics related to this plan, and for that I'm very grateful to staff, the consultants, and all those who have been involved. But even with that amount of work over the last 2 years, I too still have concerns, have unanswered questions around transportation, schools, height transitions, and also mechanisms to phase development so we grow gracefully in the future. So I just want to emphasize that I do believe that more work needs to be done to address those concerns and other concerns that Councilmember Nixon's raised and the community's raised. But I do feel that staff has heard those concerns and that we're planning to evaluate those things in more detail in the months ahead. So I feel that we're headed in the right direction, and I look forward to hearing more details about that. And so I will be supporting this resolution as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I just want to thank you both for those remarks. I think they actually are a demonstration of what we've been trying to do this whole time, which is why we've put pretty significant brakes on the project in terms of criteria around schools, criteria around multimodal opportunities, certainly affordable and low-income housing. I'm reassured every time that list of 5 things comes up, and I think you're absolutely right, Councilmember Pascal, with regard to the transition in the cycles that will be involved in moving through this process. 20,000 or 2044 is a way out there, and understanding the impacts is going to be an important level of understanding at the next level. So with that, I believe that the question is on the original or the amended resolution R5503, moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. This takes us to item B, the 2022 state legislative priorities. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're going to have a discussion tonight about the state legislative priorities and 2 potential amendments. And here to give you the background and tee those up is Lori McKay, our Intergovernmental Relations Consultant. Welcome, Ms. McKay.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Okay. As I try to share my screen here, just want to take a moment to let folks know who are following at home that tonight's memo for this part of the meeting is found on page 235. Can everybody see the screen?
We can.
Okay. Whoops. Darn. Okay. So tonight's presentation includes 2 slides. As the city manager mentioned, you are considering 2 potential amendments to the November 3rd council adopted 2022 legislative priorities. One proposed amendment would restore support for sunsetting the Houghton Community Council to the priorities, and the second proposed amendment would remove support for seeking state funding for a feasibility study and site acquisition for a regional crisis triage center sited in North King County. It would remove that from the priorities. After reviewing each of the proposed amendments, council may take action via required motions to amend the legislative priorities document. To kind of set the stage here, the first draft of the city's proposed legislative priorities for 2022 were presented to the full council for review and consideration at council's October 19th regular public meeting. For 2022, legislative issues are categorized into 5 higher level priorities with specific proposals offered within most of those 5 priority categories. One of the priority categories is support for legislative actions that promote equity and social justice. 3 actions were included in the category within the October 19th review draft, and they were shown here on the screen: new local funding for policy tools and to address homelessness, allow local jurisdictions to implement ranked choice voting, and sunset the Houghton Community Council. Amended by the council on October 19th, the 2022 legislative priorities were brought back to council's November 3rd meeting. Prior to the November 3rd meeting, members of the Houghton Community Council expressed their disappointment to the City Council that it had added support for a change in state law to sunset the Houghton Community Council to its proposed 2022 legislative agenda before taking time to speak with the Houghton Community Council members. After discussing this feedback and other public comment received, the City Council took action at its November 3rd meeting to temporarily remove support for sunsetting the Houghton Community Council from the state legislative priorities. Council took this action in order to allow for a process to officially engage in conversation with the Houghton Community Council prior to the end of this year, the end of 2021. As part of the final motion approved by Council on November 3rd, staff was asked to bring the 2022 legislative priorities back for consideration at tonight's meeting. On November 22nd, 2021, the City Council held a special joint meeting with the Houghton City Council in order to discuss, listen, and to better understand each other's positions relative to support for or against advocating for the sunsetting of the Houghton Community Council. The more than 2-hour meeting on the 22nd was facilitated by former Deputy City Manager and current principal of MMB Consulting, Marilyn Beard, and the recording of that meeting can be found on the city's website. As requested in the City Council's November 3rd motion to temporarily remove this item from the 2022 legislative priorities, staff has brought it back for the full council to consider whether or not to restore support for sunsetting the Houghton Community Council to the city's 2022 legislative priorities. Such an action will require a motion. So I look to the mayor for direction here.
Thank you very much. So we're going to break this into 2 motions. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we restore sunsetting of the Houghton Community Council to the city's legislative agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Council Member Falcone to restore sunsetting the Houghton Community Council to our legislative agenda. Discussion? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will spare everybody the full set of comments that I made during the joint meeting with the Houghton Community Council, but I do want to make a couple of quick points. I do appreciate the confusion and frustration and the unfortunate timing where the release of the draft equity assessment on October 19th, the release of the draft legislative priorities on October 19th, Election Day on November 2nd, and the need to adopt a final city legislative agenda before the start of legislative session in January all converge. As was stated by multiple people at the joint meeting, we wish this conversation had started a year ago. However, I don't think this changes the outcome. The Houghton Community Council presents a structural inequity. Houghton residents have power and influence that other city residents do not. As a result of HCC vetoes and threatened vetoes, our equity consultant identified several policy differences within Houghton compared to the rest of the city. Our vote to add this to the city's legislative agenda sends it to the legislature. The state legislature may or may not take action and will determine the details of when or how any subsetting will happen. As the legislature considers any bills to this topic, they will have committee hearings that will include a public hearing. In addition, given action we've taken previously tonight, we will be forwarding the comments that we've been hearing on this. Next step, if this moves forward, is to the legislature, and I would encourage folks to continue their conversations with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so first off, I just want to acknowledge all the communications we've been receiving from Houghton residents and other residents across the city. Definitely been listening and reading every form of communication that's been received, and certainly understand how this has appeared to move really fast with little kind of public discussion. So I'd say it has felt fast to me too. It's an unusual process, and I don't think it really reflects the way we should be making really important decisions or creating new city policy. So with that, I understand the frustration that many feel about the process itself. I do think we have a responsibility, though, as a city and as a council, to address some of the current concerns we have been hearing. And let me talk a little bit more about that. One, I would really like for us to prepare some type of written documentation, which we can share with the community, that explains why we're taking this action tonight and what it means. The document could be posted on the website, for our website, for example, or shared broadly through other communication channels. I think it could also provide some background on the Houghton Community Council, how it differs from neighborhood associations, and also address any other kind of frequently asked questions we've been receiving. It'd be helpful, I think, for the city to communicate what those possible next steps look like. Most people don't understand how the state legislature works. We want to make sure that people are aware and whether they agree with us or not. In addition to the document, I also think that we need to have some more discussion on some of the items and issues the community has raised, perhaps at our retreat in January. And a few issues kind of come to mind to me that really stand out. One is, and this isn't just for this discussion, but for other important topics as well in the city, how can we improve two-way dialogue with the community on important and timely topics? I think there's some room for improvement there. Are there changes we need to be considering on how we publicize issues that might have a significant interest of the community, even when we're not required to do so by our CW? And also, given the limitations of in-person meetings now, what options are there to modify our practices with better engaging with the public? What other ideas do we have to do that? So I just think that there's some lessons learned that we need to follow up on. And I just want to end with this quick thought. And I said this at our joint meeting with the Houghton Community Council. I still have a really hard time reconciling the fact that one area of the city has greater say on land use matters than all other neighborhoods. So while I'm not pleased about the process and how this came to be, I do support adding this to the legislative agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pascal. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want people in the community who are observing our meeting tonight to understand that we are not voting tonight on whether or not a bill will be submitted to the legislature. We're not voting on whether to request a bill. Whether or not we take this action that's before us, there will be a bill introduced this legislative session. It is going to happen. The venue for this discussion about the continuation of Houghton Community Council, or actually of community municipal corporations statewide, will move to Olympia, no matter what happens in the next minute. It's inevitable that when that bill is introduced, that legislators who are considering it will ask members of the Kirkland City Council for our position on that issue. they'll ask us either collectively or individually. We could back off on this vote and we could just make our positions known individually. But that would not reflect the truth. The truth is we are unified on this issue, and the legislators should know that that is our collective position. And so I will vote yes on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nixon. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've thought a lot about what to say tonight on this question. I'm also still relatively new to the council, newer than many of my colleagues. And so I still struggle sometimes to figure out what I can say at these meetings that will be helpful. I want to be helpful to the community, and I want to be helpful to my fellow council members and helpful to the city staff. I feel like I've already said a lot on this question in meetings and other communications with the Houghton Community Council and its leadership, in the council's public meetings discussing the citywide equity assessment, then later in council's discussions of this year's legislative support agenda, in the recent joint meeting with the Houghton Community Council, at recent candidate forums where I've been asked this question, and in calls and other communications with neighbors who've expressed their opinions, both pro and con. When I've had the opportunity, I've explained that it's not about any one action or decision by the Houghton Community Council or its members, or the outcome of that action or decision, or my judgment about the strength of the reasoning behind that action or decision, and I really can't emphasize this one enough, any future actions or decisions affecting land use in the Houghton Community Council's geographic jurisdiction. It's about examining a system put in place many years ago as a matter of policy by policymakers who are both local and state, that when re-examined today clearly treats similarly situated residents of Kirkland differently, giving an advantage to some and creating an inherent disadvantage to others. So put simply, it's an unfair system. It's systems, institutions, and processes like that that we have at this important time in our history agreed as a city, a community, and as a society to put under a microscope and examine. If systems long in place do not further the goals of greater fairness, greater unity, greater access to justice, greater equity, we do our best to bring them to an end, hopefully with grace. But either way, we bring them to an end. But that's hard. It's hard to talk about changing a policy or taking away an accommodation that's existed for many years. It's hard to do that when you are one of the Houghton neighbors that benefits. It's hard to do that while being a former member of the Houghton Community Council, with former colleagues on the council who you consider your friends and peers and who without a doubt are your neighbors. It's hard to balance the interests of the many against the interests of the few, and at other times balance the interests of the few against the interests of the many. But as elected officials and policymakers, we're asked to do hard things. I'm going to support the motion to restore the sunsetting of the Houghton Community Council to the city's legislative support agenda. In doing so, and this is really important, I don't want my neighbors to feel the council didn't listen to or hear their concerns, those neighbors that oppose sunsetting. We've heard concerns about process, public input, community outreach, wise management of growth, listening to residents, expectations concerning long-standing policies, and more. I've worked with my colleagues on the council and the staff in the city manager's office long enough now to know with certainty that these are all issues that they take seriously. And not just in this context, but in the connection with all of the city's decision-making. I also know the diligence with which I and my colleagues on the council do our work for the community. And I know that your comments to the council concerning this matter have been read and weighed. Earlier this evening, the council voted to go forward, to forward your comments and your petitions to the legislators who represent Kirkland, so that if and when this issue is discussed, legislators too can weigh your concerns. But again, we're asked to do hard things, even when we know that some residents may feel unheard, and that's really unfortunate. Nevertheless, when it comes to examining systems, institutions, and processes, I consider whether similarly situated people are being treated the same. whether differently situated people are being treated fairly. And if there's a system that acts as a barrier to either similarly situated people being treated the same or differently situated people being treated fairly, then advocating for the removal of that barrier is the right thing to do, even if it's hard. When I've talked to neighbors about this question, there's an illustration that I've found helpful, and it's helped me put myself in the shoes of others. And I'm not going to pretend like it's a perfect analogy, but I do think it's illustrative. And the goal is simply to put myself in another's shoes. So I imagine a school district of 10,000 students. And now I imagine that for perfectly reasonable policy reasons, long ago, the families attending 3 of the 15 schools in the district, representing 600 of the students, are allowed to elect a council of 7 parents who, without having any responsibility for administering the 3 schools or meeting any state education mandates, have the authority to veto decisions by the school board concerning the number of students in the school and the placement of modular classrooms. So imagine that the parents on this 7-parent council say, well, historically, our 3 schools have had a 15-to-1 student to teacher ratio, and we're willing to go up to 17-to-1. But anything above 17-to-1, we will veto. And we won't approve any modular classrooms in our parking lots or on our playgrounds. So don't even consider it. So if you're a school board member, you're trying to meet state mandates, you're trying to administer a school district fairly across all 15 schools, and you have one school that is at 20-to-1, maybe going to 21-to-1, and you're trying to fairly administer that school district and allocate students across all 15 schools, you can't do that if you have a parent council of 7 who say that they will veto any increase in the students over a 17-to-1 ratio, and they won't approve any future modular classrooms. And so the impact is on the other schools. In a scenario like that, if there were such a scenario, and I realize it's a hypothetical, and again, it's not a perfect analogy, but in a scenario like that, it wouldn't be long before parents at the other 12 schools were asking the school district why this system is in place, why it's having an impact on their students, and to advocate for its to be removed. And the school district might respond, it's not a matter for us to decide. It's up to the 7 parents on the council to decide whether they're going to renew the program. If they decide to renew the program, it's up to the families only within those 3 schools to decide whether they're going to continue the program. And the only other entity that can make this decision as a policy matter is the state. It wouldn't take long for the parents of those other schools to say, we would like you to go to the state, and we'd like you to advocate for the elimination of this system. It's an unfair system. And that's all it is. It doesn't matter what decisions the parent council has made in the past. I guarantee you every decision that they've ever made in this hypothetical, they've made for reasons that are 100% in the best interest of the children in those 3 schools. Completely defensible on that basis. But there's nothing different about the children at those 3 schools and the children at the other 12 schools in the district that justifies them being treated differently and letting the decisions of a few have an unfair impact on the education of the many. So what if all 15 schools in the district had 7 parent councils of their own and a veto? Does anyone honestly believe that such a district could be fairly and effectively administered and state education mandates met? So that's just one way that I've been putting myself in the shoes of others, residents of Kirkland outside of Houghton. And it's hard. This is a difficult question, mainly because some people will lose a veto power that's been long held. Kirkland will continue to work to improve all the different ways that it keeps residents informed and helps them engage on issues. And that includes, among many other things, the neighborhood associations that the city sponsors and supports, and the Kirkland Alliance of Neighborhoods that the city sponsors and supports, but other means and mechanisms also. It's helpful to remember that this is not binary, as in HCC or no communication or engagement with residents. That's not going to be the case. That's never been in the case of the Kirkland, and that's not going to be in the case with this council. In the end, despite all the arguments and all the communications and all the meetings, I fundamentally believe, as a matter of core values associated with fairness, that Kirkland should be one city, and that city leaders are right to advocate for greater fairness for all 93,000 residents in all 13 neighborhoods. So I'm going to be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Black. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to echo a lot of the comments my fellow council members made. Thank you to everyone we've heard from in the public, both members of the Houghton Community Council, community members within Houghton and throughout the city. We really appreciate your input on this. It's really, really important. I'm not going to repeat all the things that I've said previously at the joint Houghton Community Council meeting, but I do want to highlight one thing, and that is my biggest concern with the Houghton Community Council is that more subtle threat of a veto power. And it really gives the Houghton jurisdiction unjust power over land use over the entire city. And some of the ways that this happens is when the Houghton Community Council has a joint meeting with the Planning Commission and they come to compromises on recommendations that are presented to the Kirkland City Council. So, you know, we need to consider whether this is a practice that should continue. Tonight's discussion is on supporting action that may or may not be taken by the state legislature on whether or not to sunset the Houghton Community Council. However, we as a city need to consider what can we do in the interim as well to minimize that inequity. So I'm just going to repeat one comment that I made at the joint special meeting with the Houghton Community Council, and that's to ask of staff to explore ways that we can reduce this inequity of power. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, council members, for your eloquent comments. It's hard to go last. I made extensive remarks about the Houghton Community Council during our joint meeting in support of the state legislature reviewing whether the Houghton Community Council should be sunsetted. And I'm not going to repeat those remarks either. Although I personally benefit from the special privilege of living in the Houghton jurisdiction and I served on the Houghton Community Council, if anything, the last few years have shown us is this is the time to look at existing barriers to parity and fairness in Kirkland. Houghton's veto right forces the rest of our neighborhoods to take on additional responsibilities while Houghton remains separate and has special rights. We should be one Kirkland with equal voice. This has been challenging. This has been hard for all of us. We have read and looked very closely and looked inside ourselves on what we could do better. As a member of the legislative work group, I have taken this to heart and I have been thinking carefully about what we should have improved in the process, and we will do better next time. I want to thank everybody that's spoken out on this issue. I hear the concerns of pitting neighbors against neighbors by discussing this action. We don't want that. We are one community and we support each other. But that is why it's now time for the legislation to decide. As Councilmember Nixon stated, we do not have the power to take legislative action. We are simply making a statement that it's time to look at whether one neighborhood in Kirkland should have special privileges. The next steps are not up to us. We are not writing a bill. It's up to our state legislators to decide whether to move forward and how to move forward. I'm sorry for the angst this has created, but I strongly believe that this is the right thing to do. At this time in our society, it is time to sunset the Houghton Community Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Curtis, and thanks to all of you for your continued thoughtful and compassionate thinking that's gone into this discussion and this legislative agenda item. And thanks as well to all of the individuals in our community who have reached out to us with either support or opposition. In my mind, there is no way to reconcile the existence of the HCC for 5,000 of our community of almost 93,000 as either fair or equitable. Supporting this is absolutely in keeping with the commitments we have made in R 5434. It is in the hands of the legislature, which created it 53 years ago and which has the power to sunset it. Thank you. With that, I believe the question is on the motion to restore sunsetting the HCC to our legislative agenda, moved by Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Arnold and seconded by Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion?
I haven't introduced the other one yet.
Are you sure? Okay, go ahead, Lori.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so real quickly, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation for 2022, the city's legislative issues are categorized into 5 higher level priorities. The second, let's see, hang on, I need to advance the screen. Okay. The second proposed amendment under Council's consideration tonight is to remove support for seeking state funding for a feasibility study and site acquisition for a regional crisis triage center sited in North King County. This item is shown on the slide here, and it is itself one of the higher level priorities. The proposal to remove this item from the 2022 priorities is recommended by Council's legislative work group because after it met with nearly every member of the city's state delegation, they advised against requesting funding in 2022 for a feasibility study. Rather, while they generally expressed support for a regional crisis triage center in North King County, they recommended that the 5 cities fund their own feasibility study and then return in 2023 with a capital budget funding request for the crisis center itself. So for these reasons, the legislative work group recommends removing this priority from the city's 2022 legislative priorities. And if council wishes to act on this proposal, it needs a motion to do so.
Okay, it's moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to remove the feasibility study funding priority from our legislative agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please. Is that your hand, Councilmember Falcone?
No, that's Rocky. Sorry.
Oh, hi, Rocky. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
So unless council has any other questions or comments, that's all I have tonight.
Council? Okay, seeing none. It is 9:07. Do we want to take one more agenda item before we break, or do you want to break now? Time out. Okay, 7 plus 15 is 22. So we'll see you back here at 7:22.
You're live, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We are back in session after a short break. We are in our business agenda at item number C, local land acknowledgement. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this item follows the local Native history document that was presented to the council at the last council meeting, and we requested and the council gave permission to bring back a formal land acknowledgement for council approval. Here to walk you through that is our communication program manager, David Welbrecht.
Welcome, David.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. I'm here joined with Deputy City Manager for External Affairs, Jim Lopez, who will also be available for any questions as we go throughout the presentation. It'll be a pretty quick presentation, and just by way of brief background, as you recall, staff presented a draft Kirkland Native history document at the November 16th City Council meeting. And that document is a hyper-local Native history of present-day Kirkland created in consultation with local tribal leaders and Native experts. It's still in a draft format, and one section of that document is a local land acknowledgement. And again, for context, a land acknowledgement, getting a little feedback. All right, just for context, a land acknowledgement is a formal statement that pays tribute to, expresses gratitude and respect for, and helps raise awareness of the indigenous people of the local land, both past and present. Land acknowledgements are ceremonial. They carry no legal authority, and they're increasingly common among other cities. Several in Washington State have adopted land acknowledgements, as well as many across the country. Council direction, staff have returned tonight with draft resolution R5507 for council consideration. As indicated in the resolution, this is really an initial official acknowledgement. The intent here is that staff will start to apply it to various programs, policies, start to integrate it into the work of the city, but also use this as an opportunity to learn more, both internally as it's employed and then also with our community, and to update and come back to council with updates as we learn more about how to make it better. And next steps, if council were to adopt resolution 5507, staff will create a landing page on the city website and post the land acknowledgement with some background and additional information. Staff will also begin to draft a local land acknowledgement guide for approval by the council that will help city staff understand ways in which this acknowledgement can be used in their work. And also staff will, over the coming months, encourage continued learning and dialogue, both amongst and within staff, but also with the community at large, both to inform changes to the land acknowledgement that might need to be implemented, as well as create a community-centered usage guide for our business community, our neighborhood associations, other community groups that might be interested in using it. And without further ado, here is the draft local land acknowledgement. And for those who might not be able to see it on the screen, I'm going to read it now. We acknowledge that the Southern Salish Sea region lies on the unceded and ancestral land of the Coast Salish peoples, the Duwamish, Muckleshoot, Puyallup, Skykomish, Snoqualmie, Snohomish, Suquamish, and Tulalip tribes, and other tribes of the Puget Sound Salish people, and that present-day city of Kirkland is in the traditional heartland of the Lake people and the River people. We honor with gratitude the land itself, the first people who have reserved treaty rights and continue to live here since time immemorial, and their ancestral heritage. With that concludes the presentation. Now turn it over to you, Madam Mayor, for questions and discussion amongst the council.
Thank you, David. That was beautiful. Council discussion? Any comment? I think we're very excited about the Councilmember Curtis. No? Well,
I was going to make a motion. Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
No, you go ahead and make that motion for us.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution R5507, acknowledging the first people of present-day Kirkland.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any further discussion?
Madam Mayor, all I want to add is I think this land acknowledgement is beautiful. I'm grateful to staff for the hard, thoughtful work on this. This is an example of what Kirkland does well. We didn't immediately run out and create a land acknowledgement, but we reached out to the indigenous peoples and asked them what was correct, the right way to proceed, got their feedback, and move forward. And I want to acknowledge what David said earlier, is that this is a learning process for all of us, and I expect that we will make changes and iterations as we move forward, but I'm really pleased with this work, and I want to thank everyone that's been involved.
Councilmember Black.
I just want to add that thank you to our tribal partners who teamed with our staff to come up with this. Thank you.
Excellent. I think you speak for all of us. Okay, the question is on the motion, moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black, to accept Resolution R5507, acknowledging the first people of present-day Kirkland and adopting an official local land acknowledgement for implementation by the city in various plans, policies, and programs. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, that takes us to item D, the Virtual Service Center update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have discussed the Virtual Service Center a couple times, and Council asked us to come back for one last check-in when we have a good sense of the final cost. And so we're going to give you that presentation tonight and ask whether we should proceed with final implementation. And very pleased that we get the return of Chris Dodd is coming 2 weeks after he has taken another job to give this final presentation. But since he was also one of the leaders of creating this, it's appropriate that he be here to give you this presentation. So, Mr. Dodd, welcome.
Welcome, Chris. I figured your hair would be a lot longer by now.
Or blue or green, right?
Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm going to do my best to share this screen, and I typically mess this up. So is this something you can see?
You're almost there.
Let's go from the beginning, huh? How about that?
I think you're still in the next slide.
Oh, wait, let's do this. I think I got to do that.
One more. Councilmember Nixon? Oh, there you go.
He's got it now.
Okay.
Good. All right. Well, it's a pleasure to be here tonight to present 7 slides displaying a few renderings and cost estimate and schedule milestones for the proposed construction of a new virtual service center on the City Hall campus. So before you tonight is a culmination of many discussions of creating an innovative solution for the City of Kirkland to provide services to the residents and businesses while keeping our staff and visitors healthy and safe by providing a welcoming and inclusive virtual service center. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Kirkland City Council and Kirkland City staff have swiftly responded to the ever-changing public service landscape by reacting to CDC guidelines and the governor's directives. With many City Hall staff reducing their time spent in the workplace, creative measures must be taken to provide world-class service to a world-class community. At your November 3rd, 2020 City Council meeting, the concept of constructing a virtual service center was presented. During that meeting, City Council directed staff to complete a schematic design phase to help determine the size of the project and how it would potentially meet the identified customer service needs. The schematic design effort focused on 2 key elements. Number 1, creating a healthy and safe environment for those coming to City Hall while continuing to provide excellent customer service. And number 2, incorporating the values and objectives of R5434. The project would construct an approximately 1,700 square foot addition to the north side of City Hall that would provide opportunities for social distancing, cross ventilation with roll-up doors, ability to meet with staff virtually, install exterior signage, and provide passive exhibition space, among other things. At your April 16th, 2021 meeting, a project update was provided to the City Council where staff was then directed to finish design documents and a final cost estimate. The project had an initial placeholder budget of $2 million, and then that increased to increased approximately $185,000, and bringing the project to $2.185 million. Since that time, inflation and cost of construction and goods and services, coupled with the city's transition of the facility services manager, and increased the cost further to approximately $165,000 was added, bringing the total cost to $2.35 million. I would say a lot of that was, as you can see on the screen, about $96,000 of that is project management. So the initial placeholder funding source was to come from development services reserves. The additional $350,000 would potentially come from the American Rescue Plan Act funds as the project would qualify. So thus far, like I said, the facility services manager has managed the project, and should the City Council want to proceed, the capital improvement group would carry the torch while the facility services manager position is filled. So highlighting some scheduled milestones would include permit review to be completed in March of 2022, bidding in April of 22, with construction wrapping up of October of 2022. So I will say, again, given the current volatile construction climate, costs and schedules are subject to change. Should the city receive bids that are much higher than anticipated, or the schedule will be pushed further than industry standards, staff would evaluate and monitor these variables and update the City Council when necessary. So tonight, should the City Council choose to move forward, staff is recommending a motion approving the fiscal note that is in your packet and authorizes the use of ARPA funds to complete the project. This increase is recognized in the CIP update that will be discussed later during the mid-buy budget discussions. So at this point, it concludes my presentation. City Manager Triplett and I are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, the council received one email from a resident asking where we came up with the name Virtual Service Center. And it does, in fact, seem to be a quite physical structure and not virtual in the sense of in cyberspace like we normally think of that. Can you explain where the term virtual came from in this context?
Yeah, I could do that. It might have been better to say remote service center. The key is we're trying to create multiple opportunities, people to be able to check in from home to a staff person at home, but people who want to come in but not have a face-to-face within 6-foot encounter would be able to come and use any of the kiosks to reach someone who's remote, either in City Hall or who's at home. So the virtual was about virtual connection and not having a face-to-face conversation with a real person directly. It was to be distanced by the electronics system.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Could I therefore get a motion to approve the fiscal note?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis, to approve the fiscal note authorizing the use of ARPA funds to complete the full scope of the Virtual Service Center. Any discussion? Question is on the motion, moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis, to approve the fiscal note. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item E, the 2021-2022 CIP update adoption. City Manager. Thanks, Chris.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're looking for final action tonight on the CIP. what we're going to do is give you a brief presentation on what is in the CIP, including any changes that happened since we last presented to the council in November. And here to provide that is our financial planning supervisor, Robbie Perkins. Hi.
Good evening, council members.
Welcome, Robbie.
I will bring up the presentation. Everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, so tonight, as the city manager mentioned, is our last time we'll be bringing up the 2021 to 2026 CIP update. A brief overview of how we got to this point. The CIP update process kicked off in mid-April of this year. City staff developed changes that they saw needed to happen in the capital improvement program, which were presented to the city manager in June. We first brought these updates to you all in August at the study session, and then spoke last month in early November with changes that had occurred since August. And tonight we have the final CIP update adoption. A brief update on revenues. This slide will look very similar to the one presented in November. Only substantive changes would be increases in the projections for REIT. We've talked about this a number of times, but year-to-date REIT continues to dramatically exceed budget. Right now, we're at about 3.5 times what was budgeted for the year, with a month still to go. Not programmed in this update currently is 2022 REIT that is likely to be significantly above budget as well. And it's staff recommendation to hold on to that funding for now in order to be programmed during the subsequent CIP process or as need arises next year. With that, I'll hop into changes that have happened since the November study session. As the city manager mentioned, there's not too many of those, so this should be a little bit shorter than in previous presentations. The first is one of the two substantive changes since November, which would be a $3 million set aside in REIT 2 funding as a contingency for federal grants. With some of these large transportation projects, there's significant federal funding, which oftentimes has significant requirements for it. So this would be a set aside to potentially use money if issues with any of those grants arose. Additionally, we have two transportation changes that were approved to be a fiscal note. So the Kirkland Ave and Lake Street intersection, which was approved at the November 3rd meeting, and then the 116th Ave Northeast 124th Street intersection, which was approved on the consent calendar earlier tonight. A couple quick updates on the transportation projects as well. The Safer Routes program was presented at the November 3rd meeting. City staff are continuing to develop an implementation for that, which we presented to a city council in the first quarter of 2022. Additionally, there are a couple projects that are going to bid: the Northeast 132nd Street, Juanita High School Access Road in the second quarter of 2022, as well as the Northeast 132nd Street, 108th Ave Northeast intersection improvements, which is advertised with construction bid opening on December 16th. For facilities, IT, parks, and surface water projects, all in one slide because there weren't that many changes to note. The first for facilities, this is the other substantive change since November, would be another set aside of REIT above budget. This would be a $3 million set aside in REIT 1 to be used for strategic land acquisitions in support of various city plans as those become available. Additionally, a couple other changes related to ARPA, or the American Rescue Plan Act. The Parks Maintenance and Operations, Roofing and HVAC would be moved forward from 2023 to 2022 with a budget increase. And as we just talked about, the Virtual Service Center had a small budget increase, which would be funded by American Rescue Plan Act funding as well. A couple quick more. In IT, there's been an increase to the network infrastructure project. This was a $310,000 increase to add network security and was funded entirely with operating funds currently available and some excess funding in other capital projects. Lastly, there's a budget increase in the Juanita Heights Trail project due to a grant revenue recognized in July, and then a $150,000 increase to the Goat Hill Drainage project with a scope change due to having to follow an alternate route at the project. This table shows the changes between the November 3rd presentation and this meeting. Of this $9 million increase, the vast majority of that has to do with those two $3 million set-asides, and most of the other funding is from recognizing external sources or funding that was already secured by the city. As the last slide, so for next steps, recommending approving the 2021 to 2026 CIP update resolution tonight. And then in 2022, a couple key dates to look forward to. The city CIP priorities discussion will happen at the initial council retreat in January. As I mentioned, there'll be a staff update on safer routes to school, as well as other priority transportation projects in the first quarter. And then in the second quarter of 2022, the city council financial retreat in late May, and then likely the preliminary 2023 to 2028 CIP study session would be in June or July. And that is the last slide in the presentation, so I'll open it up for questions.
Mary, you're muted.
Sorry, Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to move Resolution 5504, adopting the 2021-2026 six-year CIP.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Black to move the CIP. Discussion? Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Just a quick question, and then I just want to offer some comments. There's a lot happening in Totem Lake in the next few years with the interchange project that WashDOT's constructing, along with, we have a couple projects along 132nd Street corridor, the Juanita High School turn lane and 108th, along with the turn lane at 116th Avenue and Northeast 124th Street. It'd be great to get information back, or if someone's online, just how are we planning on kind of trying to limit construction impacts as much as we can, I guess, and the kind of timing of those projects. I was noticing like the Juanita High School project was going to start earlier and then the 108 later, thinking about how could those things kind of happen concurrent to kind of minimize the amount of disruption. I don't know if Julie's online or anyone that could answer that. If not, you can get back to me. That's fine too.
There she is.
That probably makes more sense if that's okay.
I see Julie.
Yeah.
We do.
Mayor, if I can speak.
Oh, please do.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Pascal, I did get a heads up from Kurt this afternoon that was a question you had, and I wanted to meet with you offline to talk about that. That is something, of course, the staff is concerned about, is making sure that we minimize the disruption as much as possible. And so we want to time that. Wanted to follow up with you on that. And then a couple other things regarding the 132nd interchange. So a couple of things that are really in your wheelhouse regarding transportation that I think would be really helpful to talk to you offline about. But that is something I've prepared our CIP and transportation team to meet with you on, if that's okay.
Of course. Thank you. So just to speak to this motion, I've just been kind of reflecting on the fact that how much we're doing as a city, how many projects we're undertaking, how many cool ribbon cuttings we've been participating in, how many that are upcoming, and then how many additional projects we're adding with this and moving forward. Just really proud of everything we're doing, and thank you for really taking to heart some of the comments I know that I provided last time and others of really trying to plan for kind of some uncertainties in the market and making sure that we can be as flexible as possible to kind of continue moving forward with the capital improvements that I think really kind of helps define our city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pascal. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was actually thinking about holding my comment until after the vote on the motion, but it can be made now since I'm off mute. I would just love it. I really appreciate Councilmember Pascal's question, and I would love it if maybe Councilmember Pascal could include that in a council report after he's had a meeting with the Director of Public Works, and we can hear a little bit about a summary of how the city is tackling those concerns. That'd be great, and that'll give the chance for the public who might be concerned about it too to hear. Thanks. Otherwise, I'm in support of the motion.
Excellent. Any further discussion? Question is on the motion to approve resolution. Oops, did I miss somebody? Okay, the question is on the motion to approve resolution 5404, adopting updates to the 2021-2026 six-year capital improvement programs for the city of Kirkland, moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Black. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution 5504 is approved. This takes us to item F, the 2021-2022 mid-biennial budget adjustment. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So similarly, we're looking for final action on the mid-buy budget, and we're going to have a brief presentation on what's in it and what has changed since the November 3rd council meeting. And here to give you that presentation is our Finance Director, Michael Olson.
Welcome, Michael.
Actually, Mayor, it's actually
it's Financial Planning Manager, George Dugdale. Sorry, my bad.
The presentation is going to be given by George Dugdale, our Financial Planning Manager. I'm just here to support him and help to answer any questions.
Well, we always welcome George.
Thank you, Mayor. Can everybody see the screen, the presentation? Great.
We can.
Okay, thank you. So good evening, Mayor, council members. Tonight's presentation, as the city manager said, is the culmination and adoption of the mid-buy budget process. It also includes in the ordinance the changes to the budget ordinance caused by the CIP update that was just given and approved as part of that resolution. So as we've shown with the other budget adjustments, before we get into the specific adjustments here, a reminder of where we are in the process. Unsurprisingly, we are about halfway through our 2-year budget. There are 2 more regularly scheduled opportunities to adjust the budget in 2022. We have adjustments scheduled for June, and then the year-end technical adjustments at the end of in December 2022, which are largely technical. So the first category of adjustments that was included in the memo is the mid-buy service packages. These align with the service packages that were presented to council on November 3rd. There were no changes to the expenditure side of these service packages, or no major changes. These are the same, the list that was presented on November 3rd. The only change that I would like to highlight is a change to funding. The 2 service packages in the IT fund, the multi-factor authentication implementation and the enhancements for cybersecurity, will now be funded with American Rescue Plan Act funding, which reduces the additional sales tax required. Second category is council-directed changes. These are largely either fiscal notes that have been approved by council or items that were on the November 3rd study session. However, on the slide, we have highlighted some of the key adjustments that will be new or have changed since council last saw them. This includes funding to explore a potential parks ballot measure in 2022-23, and some budget authority in the Planning and Building Department to support implementation of the Sustainability Master Plan. These will both follow council requests at the November 3rd study session. There is also an increase to the Station Area Plan supplemental analysis, which is higher than the range that was shown in that November 3rd meeting. And there is finally on the action on the Community Responder Program, which was brought to council, but this is the official action that adds the FTE positions to the fire department and converts 4 limited term employees to FTE status. And these are some of the positions that the city manager was referencing earlier in his update. The other mid-biennial adjustments, those operating adjustments that are neither service packages nor council directed. Some of these are administrative, but some do include appropriation or FTE increases that do require specific council authorization. These include recognizing the second tranche of ARPA funding, which is expected in mid-2022, and also an increase in the general fund appropriation to recognize higher than budgeted interest revenue in 2021. This revenue will be used to replenish the major systems reserve, which is used for major IT projects. This category also includes the addition of some FTE positions, as mentioned, including a 0.5 FTE position for the continuation of the community core program into 2022 and the conversion of some limited term positions that were added this year. The final category is capital adjustments. As council has just received the presentation on the CIP, I won't dwell on these, but I do want to highlight that there's a number of internal transfers here, for example, from the REAP Fund 190 into the capital projects funds. And these are double appropriated. So there's an increase in revenue to both funds. This has the impact of double counting some changes. To put it more simply, there is not $38 million worth of new project costs being approved. It's closer to 25 million. These were described in the CIP presentation. The difference between the $25 million projects here and the $9 million in the presentation Robbie just gave is that this also includes changes that were discussed in the November study session on CIP, because we haven't formally changed the budget since June. Moving away from the adjustments, Exhibit A to the memo that was included in this report was a report on the usage of REAP in the operating and capital budget to qualify the city to use REAP for maintenance. This is a requirement of the RCW, which authorized the REAP flexibility. It's 8246.015 if anyone is interested. The first table here shows the total funded CIP by project area in those 2 years. About 14% of our total 2-year CIP in these 2 years is funded by REAP. The second table shows our proposed uses of REAP flexibility in the next 2 years. There's maintenance on the Cross-Kirkland corridor, other parks maintenance, and then affordable housing funding from REAP 2, which was approved in the most recently by the state. As the CIP for 2 years is funded, as our funded CIP is fully funded using a variety of sources, and the uses of REAP flexibility here meet the requirements of the RCW, the city is in compliance and can continue to use REAP for maintenance. So in summary, this shows the total adjustments by fund being approved as part of this ordinance, as well as a look at the total FTEs being added as part of this action. So the next steps: approve Ordinance 4776, adopting the revised biennial budget for 21-22. The next regularly scheduled opportunity to amend the budget is the June 16th council meeting in 2022. And the only other thing is, are there any questions from the presentation?
Thank you, George. Council questions? And if none, can I get a motion to approve Ordinance 4776?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone. I think I saw a second from Councilmember Curtis to adopt Ordinance 4776, amending the biennial budget for 2021-2022. Discussion? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, George. I just want to speak to the budget additions, in particular, the discussion about the potential parks ballot measure. We're going to continue this conversation at the council retreat, but I think this is the right time to have this conversation as we come on the heels of our pros plan and we have a good idea of what our future infrastructure and our service needs will look like. In this feasibility study, I want to broaden the options of what we're looking at beyond Peter Kirk Park. So I'd like to include other opportunities, parks opportunities, and I also want to make sure that we include in this an aquatic feasibility study. So those are the things that I want to make sure are included in this feasibility package. And then, of course, like I said, we'll talk about this more during the council retreat. The other two things I wanted to speak in support of is the addition of a senior planner for the Sustainability Master Plan. There's a real demand from this council and the community that we move more quickly on our sustainability issues, and this will help us do that. It will help us track our successes on sustainability, and it also gives us a chance to do any special research projects that we want to do. For example, Shoreline just recently passed building electrification policy, so we could take this opportunity, this person, to look into that. And the last thing, as said earlier on the station area plan, the community has questions, and they have legitimate questions on the station area plan, and this extra money that we're setting aside for further study is really important to make sure that we do this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Curtis. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Councilmember Curtis, you already checked one of the things off my list that I wanted to mention. I just wanted to underscore how much I appreciate the proposal here to add some funding, particularly focused at implementation of the Sustainability Master Plan. I know that's something that many of us have been asking for. We've heard so much from the community, the desire to, how proud our community is of our Sustainability Master Plan. And there's so much energy wanting to move forward with implementing that as quickly as possible. So I really appreciate the city taking action on that and listening to the community and responding. And then also, I really appreciate also the funding for the neighborhood signs. As a resident of the Finhole neighborhood, we don't have those neighborhood signs, and this is something that I've heard discussions about, I think, since I first joined the Finhole Neighborhood Alliance Board years ago, and I know it's something that also Councilmember Pascal has been advocating for as well. I know I've heard him speak eloquently about the wanting to prioritize these signs in some of our neighborhoods in previous meetings as well. So I'm supportive of the entire packet of revisions. However, I wanted to just highlight those two that I really appreciate, those two in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? In which case, the question is on the motion made by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis, to accept Ordinance 4776, amending the biennial budget for 2021-2022. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, the motion carries unanimously. Takes us to item number G, the 2021 amendments to the comprehensive plan and zoning map. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we want to see final action from the council on these various items. And rather than describe them myself, I will go ahead and pass this over to David Barnes, our senior planner, who's going to kick off the presentation, joined by several members of the planning staff.
Welcome, David.
Good evening. Thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. Let me just get this going here. Okay. Can you see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm not going to keep you long. I only have 7 slides, so I'm going to be very brief. So tonight, as City Manager mentioned, we're bringing you the 2021 Comprehensive Plan and Zoning Amendments. We provided a full briefing at the November 3rd council meeting. And so the amendments cover capital facilities plan amendments, a minor revision to the land use element, change to land use zoning map for acquisition of park property. And as you're well aware, the revisions of both the Everest and the Moss Bay neighborhood plans. Okay. So, I'm not going to read all this. I just wanted to remind the community that extensive public outreach was done, especially with these neighborhood plans. And we have taken to heart everything we've done and everything we've tried that's been new. And we acknowledge that this is an iterative process and we've enjoyed doing new things. And we're just taking everything we learned into our next community engagement opportunities. So I'd also like to thank the community and our working group members too, that just really made this so pleasurable. So since the last council meeting, November 3rd, I'm proud to add that we added the local land acknowledgement to the beginning of the Everest plan. And we had a couple of changes in the vision statement, as you can see there. 3 changes to the land use section as well, and 1 clarifying change to the transportation section. And those are described a little bit more in detail in your memo, but pretty minor changes, but important changes. And in regards to the Moss Bay plan, since the last council meeting on November 3rd, where we got direction to revise policy MB 32 regarding streeteries and to clarify some things about the park lane programs that have been in place and that are ongoing. We've made those revisions. One thing that you hadn't seen up until this point, until you got this packet, was a letter from Puget Sound Regional Council, who, as you know, is the approving body for our Regional Growth Center application. And they had a chance to read the entire plan, and they had a meeting with us and then provided us a letter. And the gist of it is they really loved the plan. They especially loved the environmental attributes of the plan, of course. But what they have to do is they have a checklist that they go down. And for the Regional Growth Center applications, they have to see certain things in these sub-area plans, which the Moss Bay plan is regarded as a sub-area plan. And so we inserted them in there, and I did my best to explain those changes in the memo as part of our completion of our Regional Growth Center application. Another late breaking thing that happened is I believe you received an email earlier about some changes or proposed changes to text changes to the Moss Bay plan, and those came in response to the working group. And this is our response, and staff is kind of providing these here. And I'll just quickly go over on amending page page 333. Sorry, I'm looking at this screen here. Okay. I had to turn something off so I could read my own screen. All we did on that first one was just to replace the word capacity instead of plenty of room. It's a more elegant term, and staff agrees. On the second amendment, page 345, 346, that was an acknowledgement that we mentioned the Northeast 85th Street area plan, but by inserting the word proposed, it's acknowledging that it's not approved yet. So it's accurate. So it's a good text amendment. And the last one on page 347 under policy MB9, which talks about implementing inclusionary zoning in the downtown, and then the second paragraph talks about it was a historical statement talking about how that inclusionary zoning was not required in the past and why. And putting the term current, or the word currently in front of that kind of gives more assurance to the community that we're going to do what we're saying we're going to do in the policy. So anyway, those are the recommended amendments. And so that kind of brings us to the end here. And so staff recommends adoption of Ordinance 4774, which is a 2021 Comprehensive Plan and Zoning Map Amendments. And just as a reminder, if you're interested in incorporating those staff recommended amendments into the plan, that you must make a motion. And that's all I have.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
And thank you both to you and Janice for your work on those neighborhood plans. So, council discussion. Can I get a motion? Go ahead. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you. First, I will move to approve ordinance 4774 with the staff recommended text amendments.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Pascal to move the ordinance 4774 with the suggested staff amendments. Any further discussion? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Yes. First, a question for staff and David or team. As part of some of the PSRC recommended changes, there's a mention of mode split goals that PSRC has, and the commentary in the plan talks about our current status versus the goals. When is our opportunity to actually talk about how we go achieve the goals? Because this is also something that came up as part of the station area plan discussion. I think folks agree on the goals. How we get there, I think we need to talk more about.
That's a great question. I don't have the answer in my back pocket, but I will make one short statement. And if Adam wants to finish up, that'd be great. I did take those tables from the transportation element of our own comprehensive plan. So they wanted them in there, so that's all I did. But I do believe that some of the things that we talk about in the policies regarding the connection and alignment of downtown and the station area are actually going to help us get closer to achieving those targets. But I think that the presentations you heard tonight and then what you know about station area plan also talks about how that desire to get those numbers higher towards away from single occupancy vehicles and so forth. So I think that both these plans work together to help us achieve those mode splits.
Okay, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks, David, for the great presentation. And I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who gave so much time and thoughtfulness into crafting these amendments. This is a lot of work, in particular those in the Everest and Moss Bay neighborhoods who really worked really hard to craft these amendments. So while we're discussing the comprehensive plan, I want to take this opportunity to comment on, as we look forward to larger comprehensive plan updates in the next year or two. One thing that I'll be looking for in those bigger changes to the comprehensive plan is for staff to scope what it would take to encourage more, quote unquote, corner stores and other walkable businesses throughout the city. You may remember that we discussed this a while ago when we were reviewing the updates to the Market Street plan. And I mentioned this then, that I'd like to explore these corner stores and other walkable businesses really citywide. As we continue to grow, it's really crucial that we grow thoughtfully. It's something that we talk about a lot, is really looking to the future and being thoughtful as we grow. And having walkable businesses and creating zoning and other reduced requirements so that we can encourage corner stores and walkable businesses is just so crucial to create connected communities, to create walkable neighborhoods, and it aligns with our values of equity, sustainability, and being a walkable city. So just wanted to kind of put a bug in staff's ear that that's something that I'll be looking for as we look forward to larger changes to the comp plan in the next year or two. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, the question is on the motion to approve ordinance 4774 with the recommended amendments by staff. It's an ordinance. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Ordinance 4774 is approved. Wow. Okay. Thank you very much. This takes us to item number 10, council reports. And the first person I see on my screen is Councilmember Falcone. Oops, she just
Madam
moved.
Mayor. Couple of highlights for recent meetings I've attended. The SCA annual meeting. Gosh, it's been a while. A couple weeks ago that meeting was. It was some of the highlights for me of that meeting. It was really moving to hear some of the words that were spoken about local elected officials who are retiring, and it just. I mean, I always value the SCA, but it just kind of reminded me of that value, of why we value the SCA, of connecting us as elected officials. And the breakout sessions were really pretty meaningful as well. The prompts were really good. I think SCA always does a really good job of those breakout sessions in particular, especially during this pandemic where we don't have the opportunity to connect as much. I think they just create really beautiful spaces for that. So I really, really appreciated that. Also attended along with fellow council members Curtis and Black, the AWC Elected Officials Essentials Training. This is a training that I know a lot of us attended a couple years ago as well, and those who have been on council probably have attended it even before that. But I found it really helpful as a refresher to some of those basics. So I really, really appreciated being able to attend that. Some things coming up that I'm looking forward to. Tomorrow, I see a few of us are registered for the 405 132nd Street Interchange Project public meeting. So I'm looking forward to that. Also to have, I think Mayor Sweet and I are both registered tomorrow for the SCA North Caucus meeting. So looking forward to that as well. I am really excited, as is Rocky, to attend the ribbon cutting of Fire Station 24 later this week. This is something that is very close to my home and right down the hill from where I live. And my kids and I pass it frequently, and they are always very excited to see the progress on the fire station. So I know we'll all be there, I believe, and I'll have Rocky with me, and we're both really very excited for that. Also have this Friday, the Eastside Human Services Forum annual membership meeting, as well as a board meeting, and we'll be voting on officers for next year. So looking forward to that. Also on Saturday, I'll be volunteering with the Ismaili Civic Holiday Toy and Food Drive. It's from 12 to 3 this Saturday. I think that they're looking for a few more volunteers, so something to consider if you're available. Also looking forward to the Kirkland Community Bonfire at Denny Park. That's going to be this Sunday. That's a tradition that's continuing again, and so I'm excited to attend that. Thanks so much, and happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The last 4 weeks have been hugely busy, and I'm not going to list it all. What I am going to highlight is I attended my first ribbon cutting in 2 years at Divalani Boutique last week. That was super fun. Thank you for our small businesses to continue to choose Kirkland. The other thing is tonight is my husband's birthday. So I want to say happy birthday to him. He's sitting alone on the couch watching a Star Trek movie. And it makes me feel, this role frequently takes us away from our families. And I just want to highlight that I appreciate all of their support, and I want to wish everyone happy holidays.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have much to report on meetings, but I do have something I'd like to bring up. At our joint meeting with the Houghton Community Council, you may recall at the end of my remarks, I mentioned that one possible amelioration of the sunsetting of the HCC would be to elect Kirkland City Council members by district. That may have been a surprise to some of you. I sent a lengthy, detailed email to you all the next day with detailed information on the relevant statutes, links to explanations on the process on the MRSC website, including how this is done in other cities, and a brief summary of previous discussions about voting by district in Kirkland. I hope you all had a chance to look at that information. As I mentioned in the email, election by district would likely not result in Kirkland having a majority-minority district because our minority population is very spread around the city, not concentrated in any particular neighborhoods. But election by district would ensure a geographic distribution of council members. And it would make it somewhat less expensive for people to run for council, at least in the primary, because they would only need to reach voters in the district they're running in, which might open up the opportunity to run for council to more people. And so I would like to move that we ask the staff to prepare a legislative request memo on the question of electing the Kirkland City Council by districts.
Do I see a second?
I would second that.
It's been moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Pascal to have staff prepare an LRM to study the issue of voting for council by district. Any further discussion? Councilmember Pascal?
You know, I mean, it's an interesting discussion, and I look forward. I mean, if this does move forward, it'd be, for me, it's really about a broader discussion about you know, running for office and all the different things that we should be considering there, from encouraging a more diverse representation, encouraging more people to put their name forward. I think this is one potential way of doing that. So for me, I wouldn't want it to end here. For me, it's there's more things that I'd like to at least discuss and evaluate, but that's not really what you made your motion on. But I'm putting it out there for, I would like this to be broader, to be honest. So.
Okay, any further discussion? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
I agree with Councilmember Pascal on this, that I would like to have a broader discussion on the barriers for running for office and what we can do about them. We've talked about some things like ranked choice voting that's on our legislative agenda as one, but I think Councilmember Pascal is right. It needs to be broader, and I don't want to jump the gun on having an individual discussion on changing the city's council elections to be by district as a separate discussion from that broader one. So I will be voting against this LRM, but I hope that this is something we perhaps could take up at the retreat to talk about what's the complete set of things we want to look at. Ranked choice voting, districts, other ideas potentially that we're not coming up with at 10:21 at night. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Deputy Mayor Arnold. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, this is something that came up in one of our retreats earlier this year, where we talked about reducing barriers to running for office, and we had several ideas. So I would like, in preparation, if this is something that's going to be an agenda item for a retreat in early 2022, that staff can look back at our discussion from 2021 as a starting place for us to hold this discussion, because I think there were some great ideas that were discussed previously that I think we should discuss in more detail and move forward on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon, I'm wondering if you are interested in withdrawing your motion for the LRM. Go ahead.
Well, I can't unilaterally withdraw the motion, but I can move to table the motion until following the retreat.
Okay. Councilmember Pascal? You want to second that?
Yeah, second.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, where was I? Are you done, Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The legislative work group, since our last council meeting, has met with Senator Dingra, Senator Stanford, Representative Wallen, and Representative Goodman. In addition, Representative Goodman had a hearing yesterday on police reform clarifications. And the text of the bill included the things we were asking for on clarifying police officers' use of force for items like domestic violence calls or child protective service calls or welfare checks. There was a lot of detailed discussion from the advocates and the police chiefs that were part of the hearing on the particular language of the bill, but I'm pleased to report that the topic we're asking for is moving forward as a part of a discussion. Also during that meeting, that was not part of the bill text that was being talked about, the discussion did turn on to pursuit policy. That'll be something that the legislative work group will be monitoring, because I know Chief Harris had some concerns with the discussion. But during the meeting, Representative Goodman did note that the bill draft currently does not have anything in on that particular topic. Finally, on December 3rd, I joined Eastside's For All Build for Belonging event, and that was very interesting. That was recorded if folks didn't get a chance to see that. Thank you, everybody, and happy holidays to you all.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I got a text from Councilmember Curtis's husband, and he said that he would pay me $100 if I didn't have any comments, so that we could get back to his birthday. So I'm going to take the $100 and not have any report.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Just a couple things. I did forward you an email that summarized that the King County Council adopted the Regional Transit Committee recommendations on updating the Metro Strategic Plan, the Metro Connects, and the service guidelines. And we had, I think, like 15 amendments or something, and they all passed, and every vote was unanimous all the way up through the council. So it really kind of demonstrated the hard work that mainly the Sound Cities Association's staff of those cities did to really have some really open dialogue with everyone to make some really good changes to some of the policy documents. So that was great to see, and it was a good experience to be a part of, to be honest. It was the first time going through that. The only other thing I wanted to mention was that last week I had an opportunity to ride along with the Kirkland Police Department. I think it had been about 3 years since I last did that. And I spent an afternoon and evening from 3 to 1 a.m. actually. And it was a Thursday. And I'll tell you what, the thing that I walked away with from that experience was I felt like it was a night and day difference from 3 years ago when I last did it to last week. And the morale was surprisingly very positive. Lots of energy from all the fresh faces there. I actually said a few words to the briefing, and I'd never seen a room so full of officers in my life, and I was actually like super nervous talking to them. I'd never gotten that nervous before, but it was packed, and it was because we were pretty much almost at full capacity staffing, and seeing all the units filled. It was, I walked away feeling really good about where they're at and what they're doing and who they're bringing into the department. I knew in that room, I recognized and had met previously probably only a few of the officers. Everyone else was within the last 3 years, hired within the last 3 years. So I was floored. So anyways, if you haven't, they also asked me to ask you or tell you they would like to see other council members out there. They were encouraging me to tell you that. So just wanted to give you that message. So thank you.
Great message. That's wonderful news. especially the morale part. For me, just a couple of things. We were able to convince Bellevue to change their decision with regard to Cascade Water Alliance and the Supply Development Fund. I had an interesting meeting just yesterday, I guess, with the Sustainability Ambassadors group with Peter Donaldson and Greg Gunther and Mike Brent from Cascade Water Alliance. I think the work they're doing is so exciting. And Amy, I understand that you spent some time. They felt that was a very valuable commodity to them. You actually spent some time reviewing some of the plans that are going on out there. I've done this for about 6 or 7 years through Cascade, and I think this is incredibly exciting work. But apparently our own Jim Lopez came up with this inspiration to create potentially neighborhood sustainability plans similar to the neighborhood safety plan. I think that is something that we all, and I've encouraged these guys to reach out to anybody they haven't talked to yet. I think, Jay, they say you're already on board, but I think, given the comments from Councilmember Falcone earlier, what a marvelous opportunity for us to engage the neighborhoods directly around sustainability. The safety plan process has been good and it's been successful, but we've never had the kind of turnout for the safety plan that we have had in regard to the sustainability master plan, and to be able to do that and incorporate our youth in those neighborhoods just seems to me like an incredibly exciting opportunity. So I'm really excited about that. Coming up, we've all got a lot of stuff down the road. I am participating at 9:00 on Sunday at Kirkland Cemetery. They do wreaths across America. I've done that for several years now, and it's a good gathering basically just in support of our fallen and service members who have and veterans. So all representatives of the armed forces will be represented, including, this is the first year that Space Force will be represented. It'll be interesting to see how that works. But that's kind of a fun thing to look forward to. And with that, I'm excited that the holidays are upon us and that this is our last meeting. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Kirkland.
Okay, so I have 2 quick updates, and then we do have a legislative request memo report that Lynn Zwaxter will be providing. The first update, I meant to say that's another 5434 update, but some council members have asked when we're going to be initiating the hiring process for the DEIB manager, and our intent is to start that in January following the council discussion of the roadmap, because the roadmap is going to be a key deliverable for that manager to as their work program, and so we want to just make sure we've captured anything the council thinking about before we go ahead and post. But so that's the goal for that position, and we hope to have it filled sometime, we hope in mid to late February. So more on that next year, but that's the process there. Then, we hear a lot about the impact of supply chain issues and stuff. I just wanted to give you all a heads up as how this plays out in real time, since it affects the Station 24 ribbon cutting. And we talked about this at a staff meeting today, but you'll see a few things missing because of the supply chain. So, for example, we could not get refrigerators for Station 24. So if you go in, those are not there yet. The garage doors in the back, not the ones that are the big roll-up doors that the vehicles exit, but they're able to come around through the back. We don't have those garage doors, so you're going to see those boarded over. Those garage doors are coming, and it does not impact operations. We can back the vehicles into the station, but we just wanted to give you a heads up about that. We also, through our labor shortage, we're not able to complete the cabinets inside Station 24 because the staff couldn't, the contractor couldn't get the staff. And then finally, there is a cement workers strike because the cement workers have not been able to reach a wage agreement, and so we do not have the cement we needed to finish all the projects. And so we actually have some temporary paving in outside the front of the station that you're going to see. All that will be fixed before we end up opening the station to service, which will happen in January. But since you're all going to be doing this great ribbon cutting, we want to just show you how does this play out in an actual project in real time. So the staff's done an extraordinary job, particularly Annika Davis and the CIP group, in trying to overcome all of these things, but we didn't quite make it by the ribbon cutting, but we will have everything in place before we start operation in January. So any questions on that?
Council? Not surprising, given what's going on all over this country.
Yeah. Okay, and then finally, and then I'll come back with the calendar update if there's any calendar updates from the council members. But we have our legislative request memo, and our Parks Director, Lynn Zwagstra, is here to walk you through that and see what council direction is.
Welcome, Lynn. She's frozen.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. That was weird. It said I was muted, but it says I was unmuted, but I was clearly muted. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. I did not get an email from Councilmember Curtis's husband. Go ahead and proceed with the presentation on the legislative request memo pertaining to minors and beer gardens. I will, however, keep it very short. So I have 2 slides, and that should take 2 minutes. As council knows, this LRM came about as a request by an event organizer who asked the city to re-examine its policy on minors and beer gardens. One interesting item of note, assuming we do change the policy, I just wanted to note that actually the Washington State Liquor and Cannabis Board that really gives that permission, and they do not guarantee approval of that application addendum for minors to attend just with the approval of the special occasion license. It has its own criteria that they would use. On that note, I'll just talk about the options that council may wish to consider. As you know, you can take action with a motion this evening, and there are 4 primary actions that you could take. The first one is a motion for status quo, in other words, take no action. Then another option would be to authorize the department to move forward with a change to the municipal code without any sort of process. The third one, and this is recommended by the staff, because we are currently engaging in broad outreach efforts, specifically to make changes to the municipal code and the special event manual, we would recommend that we conduct the public outreach process and bring the results back to council before making a decision on whether or not to keep moving forward with the process that's outlined in the LRM. And then the final option would be to authorize the department to go ahead and go forward with the full process outlined in the LRM. On that note, I will hand it over to council.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Council discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, thank you, Lynn, for providing an overview of the options. Could you maybe just explain, just for my complete understanding, the difference between that option 3 there that's highlighted in red and then the 4th? Like, is it basically, I'm understanding 3 is basically like a 2-phase type of approach, as opposed to 4th is kind of like the full milk deal. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. It's just delaying the decision on the LRM, and in order to hear some of those public comments first.
Sure. And so my understanding is it's not necessarily delaying, because you still would conduct the public outreach as part of that 4th item. It's just that it's more a check-in before you move forward. Is that?
No, it would actually be a delay. We would bring that information back to council, or having you decide if you want to go forward with the remainder of the process. So the public outreach is already occurring. So that's not necessarily considered. It's mentioned in the LRM, but it's not really
considered in the hours that are projected in there. Those hours are to do, you know, the benchmarking and the research and the interdepartmental collaboration and whatnot.
Okay.
So process.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion then to accept staff's recommendation to proceed with that, conduct the public outreach, bring results back to council.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to accept the staff recommendation on the LRM. Any discussion? Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Question for Lynn. Lynn, you mentioned that the staff recommendation will be a somewhat slower process. Does this impact the ability to make changes in time for events this year under that scenario versus the scenario that was of the outreach that was in the memo in our packet?
No, I don't believe it would. We would have to move expediently for sure. But the special event organizers can apply for that addendum 60 days in advance. They don't apply 6 months in advance. It's 60 days in advance. So there would still be time for some of them to go ahead and make that application.
Thank you.
And Lynn, if we didn't get it done, would we be able to change that, or is that 60-day in advance from Washington State?
From the state.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the question is on the motion to accept the staff recommendation regarding the LRM. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, Lynn. Happy holidays. Back to you, City Manager.
Okay. So my last question is just any council updates to the calendar, mostly for January?
Assuming that our January meeting is going to be virtual, when are we going to revisit virtuality? Just following the governor's recommendations still?
That would be the staff recommendations. It's masks are still required indoors. And
right.
Unless that changes, I think at least for January, we would recommend staying virtual.
And we do what we're recommended. Okay,
So
with that.
Sorry, if I could just end on behalf of the staff. There's been another tumultuous year of COVID-19, but with all the actions you took tonight and through the year, you've just done a heroic amount of work as a council, and just, you know, as your executive team, as your city manager, we're just really grateful for the leadership you show and the time and the commitment and the passion you have for the city and for public service. So thank you on behalf of all the staff, and happy holidays to all of you, and a happy new year.
Yeah, happy holidays to all of you as well. We will plan to get together with you for our annual get together in January. Tracy, are we going to see you again? Okay.
Yeah, you'll see me again now and then.
All right. Well,
for at least a few months.
Okay. Happy to hear that. So happy holidays to all of you from all of us. Let's do it again next year. All right. Thanks. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Council, thank you for a great body of work. Good night.
Thank you.
And
Good
Merry
night.
Christmas.
All right.